Yo! Oh, hold on. Same place. Hold on. I didn't put it on yet.
I know, and I don't know where it is.
Right next to the box, Mom. Yeah, next to the box. It's right. Right here. It's one in the box. In the box. In the box now, yeah. What up, Isaiah Taylor? What'd I do? Oh, I broke something. I'm gonna break something there too. There we go. How are you, Isaiah? Hi, 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 hi. Let me see what I break. What I break. Let's see. What up, Chi?
Can you hold the fucking light straight?
Look at him. I love him. He's like, oh man.
Look at that.
Cute. Oh my god, he's so cute.
In a fucking shower, and that spider crawls out of that goddamn hole.
Whoa, look at all the snakes.
You're a fucking joke of a snake. Seriously.
Huh? Look at these
Fucking
cringe.
joke.
Oh. Whoa.
Man, I'm so excited to eat this ice cream cone. Oh, that's a baby.
It's a baby.
No.
No.
Good job.
Whoa. Whoa.
Can you hold the fucking light straight?
That's some craziness. How you doing, Chi? Chi can see. Sorry. How's everybody doing? My bad. My bad. I got my glass shade broken. All right, let me see. What did I break here? That's so awesome. That's so awesome. What's wash mean? I'm awash. I'm awash. Did I break it? I think I broke something. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. I'm really, really bad. Use a key frequency. Oops, I broke that too. Cosmo. Cosmo. I'm so dang cool. What up? Oh, I broke something again. Top chat. Live chat. Did you draw anything, Chi? Because I'm bad. I'm bad. I'm really, really bad. Skinwalker whistle. How to remove earwax. Dean Withers. Hips don't lie. I'm gonna play the game. I'm saying I'm bad. I'm bad. I'm really, really bad. The whole world has to answer right now to tell you once again who bad. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, let's go home. Biggest screen shot at aim. That's bullshit. At most cheap street. Look at the size of that. What are those, chickens? That's crazy. No. Oh, I missed it. What'd I miss?
Like that.
Bam! What?
Look! He's swimming.
He's not swimming, he drowned! What up, Micah? What'd Taylor do?
There's two. There's three.
Bam!
Balloon right now.
No way!
Acerca.
Right on his face! That's awesome. What are you bitching at, Micah? Bitching about. What you bitching about? What you bitching about? Lumpy, no!
Parents be.
I get him back on it, I'm back on the beat. The devil inside, he thought I was beat. Got Jesus beside me, I'm back on my feet.
Parents be like, I put a roof.
There you go. You gotta love it. Alright, what was I looking at? Unique? Oh. No way. Nuts in his mouth. Wobble! Wobble! What the hell is that? Uma Thurman. Nice.
The CRT, short for cathode ray tube, produces the images that we see on our TVs and computer monitors.
More,
the ones that
ass.
aren't LCD or plasma, that is.
Right.
Believe it or not, the cathode ray tube was invented back in 1879. A CRT is made up of two main components, a large glass bulb and an electron gun.
Oops.
CRTs start with a molded glass bulb. First, workers remove microscopic debris using a high-pressure water rinse.
Good. So do I.
Then spray hydrofluoric acid to clean the glass at an atomic level.
Atomic level? What are you
They pour
talking
a
about?
phosphor solution
That
into the
sounds
bulb.
loud.
Phosphor is an organic compound that emits light when struck by electrons. The
Electron.
phosphor particles settle and form a chemical bond with the bulb face. Workers pour off the excess solution and clamp the bulb over a nozzle that sprays clear lacquer.
Wow.
The centrifugal force guarantees an even coat over the phosphor to protect it for the next step.
That's crazy.
He paints a conductive coating over the anode button, which will provide a flow path for the electrons that'll light up the phosphor particles.
Oh, it's on the inside. What? Elaine, don't do this anymore. TVs, I wonder if TVs
Next,
got
a
so
worker
cheap.
drops an aluminum pellet into a tungsten coil.
Shoot
He
electrons
places
off
the
of.
bulb over a vacuum device and draws out the air.
Vaporizes it.
Then he applies an electrical current to the coil. It evaporates the aluminum pellet, which spreads a mirror-like coating on the inside of the bulb.
That's freaking awesome.
Now they heat the bulb to 218 degrees Celsius for 1 hour. This bakes out the lacquer and any trace of moisture.
Oh, they're kissing.
Using a high-temperature flame, a worker aligns and fuses a glass neck to the bulb.
Yeah, they don't do any of this anymore.
Then he paints it with the same conductive coating. This assembly is part of the electron gun that goes inside the bulb. It shoots electrons at the bulb's phosphor particles. That lights them up, creating the images we see on screen. Workers stack the grid cups that focus the electrons on the screen. Then, using beading glass, align and fuse them into position. Robots heat and affix the beading glass to assemble the electron gun components. They cool off the gun with pressurized air. Once cool, a worker builds up the gun and inserts the completed gun assembly into the bulb. Next, he positions the bulb on a glass-blowing lathe and cuts excess glass from the neck. Using a graphite paddle and a high-temperature torch, he mates the glass neck to the electron gun's stem.
Kisses them on the lips.
This ceramic heating coil melts that green glass pellet to keep the bulb under vacuum. The tube is heated to 400 degrees Celsius for 2 hours, and once again, a vacuum is drawn. To minimize image flicker over the tube's lifespan, workers condition the bulb using a high-voltage coil. It smooths any rough surfaces that might remain on the electron gun. Finally, workers apply electrical connections to the electron gun to bring the cathode ray tube to life.
Nice. What'd I break? Oh. Did you stop talking? Oh, man, what happened? Did I break something? Well, they don't love you like I love you. Something bad happened. Oh. Wow, they've got a freaking no audio version after the audio version? That's crazy. That's crazy. The LCD hybrid. An Iranian copper pot. Let's see how they're made. Persian handicrafts. Oh, copper's a lot of copper. That's a lot of copper. Welcome to the fascinating world of traditional crafts. We hope you enjoy this video. Stay with us. That's a big old sheet of copper. He's standing on my pot, yo. Hey, he's got shoes on. That's good. Dang, imagine poking yourself in the eye accidentally with that thing. That crazy, yo. That crazy. Hey. Who needs it? Wow. You think you'd have a freaking jig for that thing? You gotta be kidding me. Every other piece? That doesn't make sense yet. Wait, they don't love you like I love you. But using his second hammer as his... Man. He's gonna pinch it in that gap. That's gonna be a big thing. Oh. No way. Now he's gonna pinch them all down. What up, Hugo? What up, Hugo? I watch weird things. What's up, Hugo? What up, Grave? How are you, buddy? What up, Grave? Sorry. I'm doing pretty good. Watching some interesting things about how they make pots. Like he's gonna solder it now, I think. So he's got this big ass piece of copper, big old piece of copper, and now he's gonna solder it all together. What did he put in there? But yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, you had band practice today? Congratulations, Grave. Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. I love watching how stuff's made and stuff like that. He's probably gonna use a blowtorch or something. I love this stuff. I used to work in the movie industry, so I used to build lots of stuff, and we had to build lots of different things. Lots of different things, lots of different ways, and it's cool to see, you know, 'cause we all did everything by hand, and it's cool to see how people make it big. Like, you got a lot of people to feed, you need a big pot to make a lot of food in. So he's got a blowtorch on the bottom, keeping the heat even, and then a small torch on top to solder it all together. That's so cool! Yeah, so I'll tell you what. Hold on, let me pause real quick. So, Grave, you should you should have like your phone in the middle of the room and have it recording the whole time. If it's too loud for the phone or whatever, cover the phone with a blanket or a towel, and that'll reduce the volume, the recording volume enough that it doesn't blow out. You know, it's not too loud on the phone. And then record your band practices when you do that. You know, just when you start playing, about to play a song, like before the 1, 2, before the 4 count, you know, hit record. Okay, go. 1, 2, 3. And then once you have it like that, you guys can all listen to it back and then determine where you want the changes. Because if you're going to pay for studio time, you don't want to write your song in the studio. You want to have it all written before you go into the studio. Or even if you're not going to a paid studio, it's a waste of time if you're wasting someone else's time. So if you can just record it decent enough on your phones to listen to it and be like, oh, we need to change here, move the chorus here, or change the hook here, or whatever, then that's what I'm saying. That's just a great idea. That's what I used to do back before we used phones. We used tapes. Yeah, and then you might change them 30 times. You know, you might trash them. You know, you might say, hey, let's change it to the key of E or A, or anything might happen. And do it. Just do it. Change it. You might take the chorus from one song and change it to, like, change other parts of another song and trash 2 songs and make them a 1/3 song. What's he doing? Yeah, that shit is cool, yeah. I'll help you all I can, Grave. I mean, with info. Some of the stuff you might already know, but I'll tell you anyway. It only takes a second to listen to. If it don't apply, let it fly. My mic short-circuited. Let's see. Sorry, is that right? Yeah, short-circuited. Let's see. Let's see. We'll do this. Bang. Short circuit. Yeah, CIRCUIT. Sorry, my friend. I just might help. It's 110th grade here. I'm here to teach. Yeah, so short circuiting, and that gives you that sound. That's called feedback. That's no good either. 180-pound traditional. Yeah. Electro rave go tonight. Stop. Oh, dang it. Oh. This is so cool. Can you imagine how big your dang muscles would be? What up, Gracie? Hello, Gracie. How do you be? Man. Look at that. That guy's muscles got to be huge. Ah, you got your phone taken away? It's all right. It happens. You're back. We're here for you, Gracie. Can you imagine swinging these big hammers over and over again for like hours on end? That's me. Look at that thing. So all he did was just beat it with a bunch of hammers and made it into the shape he wanted. It's so crazy. Probably thousands of dollars to sell that for. That's the 180-pound. Let me see this. Look how beautiful. Wow. Let me look at this. Look at the impact marks. Let's see. Let me see. Let's see. Let's see what this thing, what, 180-pound traditional. Let's see. Let's see if we can find out how much these things cost. No way. Shopping. Wow, the small ones are $1,400. $1,300. $1,100. Man, that's crazy. Crazy. Sorry. Gracie got her phone took. Boom. Did he break through it? No. Frequency on his shirt. Oh, it's gotta hurt. Oh, he's got a little seat. That's so cool. No way. Look at this. This amazes me, I tell you what. I was gonna put a bottom on it. Fold it over. That's so crazy. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Alright, let's see if we play this on a faster speed. Can we do it? That's pretty cool. No way, that's just... What do you got no gloves on? That's crazy. He better start using gloves. There's no way. No gloves. Okay. What's it? I think it's so loud. Oh, wait, I don't love you like I love you. Now he's got gloves. Yeah, I'm sure burning. The ash? It's crazy. Is he using that ash for something? No. What? Yo! Huh? Grape, grape, grape. Oh, he's putting a damn jamalama in there. Sorry, I dance a lot. Oh, that's it. Wait, they don't love you like I love you. Who's today? Oh shit, that's no good. Oh no, that's no good either. Maybe. That's not good. You fucking kidding me? What's going on here? I don't get it. What? I don't get it. No way. What happened? Wait. What? Wait. What? That's crazy as shit. So stupid. $200, $300, so stupid. Damn.
Want more time to focus on growing your small business?
No.
Try Intuit QuickBooks.
No. No. Wait, they don't love you like I love you. What is that? £150. Coppersmithing. Mr. Tagahamlige. Sigma. Sigma power. Wow. What? No way. What? Oh. Now they poked the holes? Oh, punched. Punched. Now they're flattening it out. That's so cool. Ow. You threw it on the ground. Remember, see that's... Give me my money back, you bad black t-shirt. I don't care about it. They talk like... That's so crazy. That's so cool. Ow. Amazing process. Nice. Well, then they're fun. They're kids. No gloves. That's crazy. Why would they just beat everything up like that? That's crazy. The wooden mallet, yeah? That's so nuts. That's so crazy. There's no measurement. They just beat the hell out of everything. Why would they not use TIG or MIG? Are they gonna grind them when they're done, or? No way, nice. Flip it over. They do a lot of them things. Why oval? Strength, maybe? That's so cool. Oh, if it's bent, they chuck them, I guess. That don't look very nice. Are you gonna trace it? What? That's your measurement? A pinch there, a pinch there? No way. They're gonna lean in? That's crazy. Oh, okay, that's what I was saying. I can never do that stuff. I'm never very good at that. Tell you what. Ah, that's crazy. She's broken. What? That's a different one. Wait. Oh, blasting machine. Oh, that can't be good to breathe in. What are they blasting? The only way it's blasted very good. Oh, I guess so. And then dipped. That's so crazy. What? I still don't. Oh, it isn't a dip. I thought they were. Oh, I got you. All right, that makes more sense. Flow. Look at that! What up, man? Oi, bro! It's so weird to see how they build different stuff in different countries, different parts of the world. You know. What up, Finn? What up, Finn? What up, Finn? Like, I ain't never seen this before. They don't even use paintbrushes or sprayers. This is just like a hose of paint. She'll be back on in a bit. She was on earlier stream. She just got back into town and stuff. She's taking care of stuff. She'll be back on later on in that. But look at this. It's like a hose of paint. Fifth grade. Oh, it's so crazy. Crazy, Farmers! What's up? I'm watching how they build power supplies, and I remember you. I remember you from your PFP profile picture. I'm sick as hell. Well, that's either awesome or not good at all. That's so crazy. 20% chance of dying. Hold on here, dude. You gotta listen to that song. I will survive as long as I know how to love and no one will survive. With all my love to give. Uh-oh, I broke something. And all my life, I got all my life to live. I got all my love to give. I will survive. I will survive. Oh, shit. Shit. Yeah, that's no bueno. That's no bueno, yeah. I hope they got you on ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine. I hope so. They better. If not, you better put yourself on it. That's for sure. That's right. That's right. Let's see what Google has to say about home treatments for brain-eating amoeba. Home treatments for brain-eating amoeba. This should be good. There are no effective home treatments. Bullshit. Naegleria farelli, brain amoeba, causes a rare but devastating infection in the brain known as primary amoebic meningoencephalitis. Encephalitis means the swelling of the brain. It's almost not good. Even with medical intervention, there are no known home treatments. Blah, 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 blah. Avoid swimming or jumping into red water and fresh water, especially during summer months. That's the only time you're going to jump into fresh water is during the summer months. When you're like, I'm hot. Yeah.
No, the lights outside.
Let's see. Antibiotics. All right. Remember, the different infections are rare. They're almost always. All right. Let's see. Negalarily faleri. Let's see. Let's see. We're gonna cure you here on. We're gonna cure you here on in 110th grade, brother. At least we'll give you something fun to watch while you're getting treated. Oh, my brother from another mother. Son of a gun. Negadiggy Larry. And, look, you should be on antifungal, it looks like. Not antibiotics. You should be on antifungal medication and usually put directly into the spinal fluid. This drug initially used to create other miltefosine, initially used for parasitic infections, is known promise in treating it. and Falery, which is breeding. What combined? Okay, erythromycin. That's another antibiotic. Supportive care. Managing fever and headache, vomiting is crucial. Reducing intracranial pressure within the skull. That means putting a hole in the skull. Given rapid progression of PAM, early diagnosis is rare. Investigational therapies. Some explore combinations of drugs, drug delivery methods, rarity, blood-brain barrier, and toxicity of the medication. Some of the medications used to treat it, like amofersitin B, have some side effects, including clinical damage. Well, that sucks, brother. How'd you get it, if you don't mind me asking? If you don't mind me asking, how did you get it? And does it make you fart? Make your fart smell funny? Man, that's kind of crazy. I'm taking antibiotics for my brain, eating amoeba. I'm taking antibiotics for my brain, eating amoeba. Never. Oh, yeah, sure. Doctor just said don't drink cold, whatever it is. Like vomit. What water? Like what water were you swimming in, like a lake or something, or ocean? Who didn't call? Jesus Chrysler. Oh man. Well, that's a lawsuit. Well, at least if you live, you're going to be rich. Dang, dude. Yeah, I'm looking it up. What up, zombies? Lake Darlington. Zombie is cool, better than most. Even can just, oh, kick ass. They got all these cool things and they're freaking giving people brain eating amoeba. Jump in the splash zone. That's a pretty cool looking place. Sucks it. Oh, sucks it might be the one. That's crazy. Let's see. I forgot how to spell it. Hey, there you go. There you go. Oh, put the wrong thing in. There we go. Oh, shit. There you go. Is this going to be you? Don't say that. That's rude. You drown? Then they get... and here it says, that's no good, brother. Did you not know how to swim? Or did you, what happened? I mean, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but that's crazy. So here it says a recent death in Georgia was linked to it. Somebody that got it in Lake Darlington. This amoeba is found in soil and warm freshwater lakes, ponds, hot springs. It's not found in salt water or properly treated water, such as swimming pools. Infections occur when water containing the amoeba enters the body through the nose, typically during activities like swimming or diving. It's not by swallowing. Symptoms appear 1 to 9 days after infection. Headache, fever, nausea, vomiting, stiff neck, confusion, and hallucination. Damn, crazy. There's another one that died. Another guy that died in New Jersey. Oh, yeah, water's still in your lungs. That's rough, dude. Ah, yeah. 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 Dude. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, sorry, you're saying you're a kid. I mean, are you over like 12? Are you 13? I mean, 10, 13? How old, if you don't mind me asking? 10. Right. Oh man, that's rough, dude. That's rough. You know how to pray? If not, you should spend some time learning. But yeah, so but you can definitely beat it. Are you in the hospital or are you back at the house now? I'm saying that might be something you want to look up while you've got time. You probably won't die. That's what I'm saying. But you're going to be sick as hell. Yeah, if you're talking and never taken to the hospital. You drown and they never took you to the hospital. You drown in fresh water and they never took you to the hospital. Hold on. You drown and they never took you to the hospital. The hospital's not useless when you got water in your lungs. Oh, that's true. They usually do that. But at least they can like pump the water out. They can do mechanical stuff. Doctors, that's true also. That's definitely true also. But so I mean, but the nurses and the stuff, I'm talking about in the emergency department. Like if you've got water in your lungs, at least they can take that out, then lie to you about bullshit. But at least they can get the water out of your lungs. They lie to make money is what they do. They lie to make money. 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 Yep. But you can get erythromycin and stuff. Well, that's what pharmaceutical companies do. They create a way to make people sick and to make people better, and then they sell that to the doctors, so the doctors can be like, "Oh, let's see, oh, yeah." Yep, that definitely happens, my friend. That definitely happens. I don't think I have it here. But yeah, that stuff crazy. Yeah, that stuff crazy. Brain eating amoeba. Brain eating amoeba. Not gonna see you. Damn, dude. That's crazy. Alright. But yeah. Yeah, definitely drink a lot. I mean, I would drink a lot of water, filtered water for sure. Let's see. Let me see. Increasing salt intake against brain-eating amoeba. What you mean, bitch? Main way to protect yourself is prevent. All right, so it says that it can't handle salt water. So like you can get things like this, like this nasal spray. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. These nasal sprays right here. Sinus relief rinse, nasal spray. All this has in it is silver metal. 2 ingredients: pure silver metal, and pharmaceutical grade water. Yeah, well, but it's got to have salt or silver in it. But I'm just giving you options, my friend. I'm not just talking about regular nasal spray. I'm talking about it should have salt in it, and it should have silver in it. I can only help you if you don't. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, that's it crazy. Yo. That ain't crazy. That crazy. Anything louder than I think it is? Okay. There we go. Doctor gave me prescription. Well, that's good. Yeah. I got a brain-eating amoeba. At least you'll have a good story when you're older about a brain-eating amoeba. I got a brain-eating amoeba and I beat its ass. It made my fart smelly. I was passing gas. Sorry, that was my bad. Ah, man, that's rough, bro. That's rough. Nope, I don't know about it. I know what that button does. Babe, I don't love you like I love you. Babe. He dropped it. What's this guy doing? The docs gave me a prescription for my brain-eating amoeba. Never gonna meet me. That's crazy. Brain-eating amoebas. I got him. I was bending it. What all these crazy? Is it chopping it up? What's it doing? Man, are you still puking and sick from it? Like, what's it? Headaches, I guess, all that good stuff. That's crazy. That's crazy. I got a brain-eating amoeba and it's in my butt. Got it through my nose and it's in my... Sorry. I'm not meaning to be fun making jokes, but you gotta laugh at weird things. I got a brain-eating... What's it doing? The one on the top, one on the bottom. I got a brain-eating amoeba. Man, watch your fingers, dude. Jeez. Doctor gave me a prescription in my butt. I got brain-eating amoebas in my gut. They came in through my nose. God, who knows? What's this guy? Is that metal? Oh, man. Oh, can you imagine? Yeah, you better only use one hand. Oh, look, he's got a Band-Aid on his... Oh, he did lose his... No, it's his finger. What are you doing? Slow down, buddy. Jeez. Oh, God. No gloves at all. That's crazy. Oh, God. Drives me crazy. I got a brain-eating amoeba in my bones. Oh, hey. What up, cat? Finley was looking for you earlier. Tired. Let him fall asleep. You'll see her. She'll be back, I believe. Former edits got brain-eating amoeba. So these guys are making laminates for power transformer. How big these damn things are. Are they shrinking them as they go? No way. Wow, I've never even seen that before. Yes, yeah, he's in the hospital too. He says he's still got an eye infection, but yeah, he's still in the hospital. Earlier last week, like earlier this week, like Monday or Tuesday, he was on. He came in my live for just a few minutes. Yeah, he's real upset. Yeah, he's still at least right. He still has his eye, yeah, but he still has the infection too. Yeah, that's some crazy stuff, yo. Poor dang kids. Yeah, that's rough, yo. I remember I was in the hospital. You were? Wow. I didn't. You know why? Because eyeballs are connected to the brain. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they're so dangerous, because they can go right back to the optic nerve, right to the brain. Yeah, that guy, former edits. I don't know if he's still here or not. I'm guessing not. He probably ain't gonna make it. He's probably gonna. He'll be fine. This is so cool. I don't know why I love this stuff so much. I remember Grandma and Grandpa bought me an egg sandwich at one point during my stay. Yeah, you know. Wait, you think he was? I mean, he said where he got it and everything. You can, like, this is what we were talking about. Here's a salt intake, and he said where he got it. He drowned here. He drowned at Lake Darlington. We looked this up. He drowned at this Lake Darlington place. He got water in his nose that gave him the amoeba. This is where he was when he's 10 years old. This is where he was swimming. I mean, that's all he's doing is sitting around waiting to heal. You know, that's all he can do. They gave him nasal spray to try to kill it in his nose, and they gave him, you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Yeah, it means he sucked water in through his nose. I guess he didn't drown to death. He got water in his nose, and the lifeguards got him out. This is his story. He has it written up there. So the lifeguards pulled him out and I guess resuscitated him or whatnot. And, you know, and he's got water in his lungs. He says he sounds like an 80-year-old when he coughs. I mean, that's, you know, choose to listen to him or not. I don't know, but interesting to look up. I'm so confused. I mean, there's a thing called let me show you. There's a thing called dry drowning. It's when you drown and you get water in your lungs. Well, I mean, that's the thing. We'll find out, right? I guess we won't find out. But yeah, there's a lot of ways to drown. And you can do what's called dry drowning. When you drown, you drown in the water, and somebody pulls you out, and you cough, but you don't have enough water in your lungs to kill you right away. But the little bit of water that's dirty stays in your lungs, and then you have a bad. We'll look it up. Let's look it up. Dry drowning. Dry drowning, a rare condition where breathing difficulties arrive after a near drowning experience, even when a person didn't inhale a large amount of water.
Even if the person didn't inhale a large amount of water.
It's not a formal medical diagnosis as simple as drowning. Symptoms, which can be coughing, difficulty breathing, and fatigue, may appear minutes to hours or even 24 hours after being in the water. It's crucial to seek medical attention, blah, 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 blah. Near drowning event. The person may have inhaled or swallowed a small amount of water or experienced a brief submersion. In some cases, the vocal cords may spasm and close, preventing air from entering the lungs. You have this laryngospasm. If you have some water in the lungs, the vocal cords close and all. So it's like you're choking yourself. You're not in the water anymore, but it thinks you have water. So your vocal cords choke you to death in your bedroom. You're just laying in bed, you know, and then you went to the water park earlier in the day and you're in your bed and all of a sudden you're choking yourself to death because your larynx thinks there's water coming in. So it tries to close it off so no water comes in, but no air can come in either. And it chokes you to death. So laryngospasm. The vocal cords spasm and close, preventing air from entering the lungs. Delayed effects. Even if the person appears fine initially, fluid can still accumulate in the lungs, leading to inflammation and breathing problems, pulmonary edema. Okay, symptoms to watch for: when to seek out prevention, supervise children when they're underwater, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so you have to monitor, but yeah, so that's it. Here you go. Look, here's another one. Dry drowning. It's also called secondary drowning. So secondary drowning, you don't have to die in the water. You can die outside of the water, but it's called secondary drowning. It's crazy. It's crazy. You can also, if you get weird shit in your lungs, it can cause your body to create fluids, you know? What up, Cosmo? You came in at a bad time, Cosmo. We're talking about rough stuff. Rough stuff. But yeah, so that's where he was. He was at Lake Darlington swimming, and it was a big tide, and he got, you know, he was underwater and lifeguards got him out and got him breathing again or whatever, you know. Now he says he's coughing like an 80-year-old, but he's 10, so I got brain-eating amoeba. Brain-eating amoeba. That sucks real bad to have, I'm sure. Oops, I broke something. Yeah, then I go back to watching this thing. Sprout is still watching you on the TV. What up, Sprout? Sprout's watching me on the TV. Hey, Sprout. We're watching the Pakistanis make, I think it's Pakistan. Let's see. Sigma Power comes in India maybe. He said, what's up? What's up? Cosmo just went from 3rd to 1st place. How'd that happen? You missed 2nd place altogether? Yeah, that's crazy now. Drowning people. It's crazy. Poor drowning. Yep. If you're going in fresh water, non-chlorinated fresh water, you better plug your nose. Didn't you used to wear nose plugs? Did you, Cat, didn't you wear nose plugs when you went swimming? No, that was Jennifer Jones, maybe. I know Jennifer Jones did. I can't remember if you did or not. No. You did, yeah, it was Jennifer Jones. Yeah, I was thinking back at, and I was remembering at, yeah, I remember Jen Jones now. Way, they don't love you like I love you. Way. So crazy. That's cool. What the fuck? I don't understand what's happening here. It's so crazy. Is that crazy? Am I crazy here? Okay, sorry, my bad. I didn't realize that was there. My bad. Alright, we all good. I don't know what NaH means. Nah, cat B, NaH, nah. You probably shouldn't list the name of our relatives on here. Oh yeah, I guess I was saying last names and stuff. I mean, dude, it would take 3 seconds to any search. I mean, yeah, I guess we're getting rid of but it wouldn't take, but probably 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Yeah, it's all on the freaking Facebooks and stuff like that all night. If anybody wants to. Anyways. Not June is right. I was about to say right, and it's not even her last name anymore. Wait, they don't love you like I love you. Wait. Okay. Ow. Ow. Yeah, that's so oh, probably because of freaking. Anyways, we're gonna talk about. All right, Cosmos. All right, sorry we couldn't keep you entertained here. Going to explain here, keep you entertained here. All right, what did I miss? Oh, dude, and it's so crazy to see the difference, like these guys overseas and the way it is in America. Like they don't need to wear no gloves when they got hot freaking fire flames, metal, burning ass metal, and they're grabbing it with their bare. It's crazy. But that stuff's expensive, and they're trying to save every penny possible. They don't love you like I love you. Now you said, there you get it. Wait, they don't love you like I love you. Wait. Now you got it. I knew Cosmo would get it. Whoa! Now this is lacquer. Lacquer is made from bugs. Did you know that? The goo that they put on there, it's made from bugs. They make it from beetles. Let's learn real quick, everyone, shall we? Let's learn real quick. Check this out. Lacquer creation. What is that? Lacquer creation. Lacquer is a detailed process of applying hardening natural resin, often derived from the sap of the eeeeerrrsh tree, to surface typical wood to create a durable decorative lacquer. This involves multiple passes. Okay, here, let's see the other lacquers. Lacquers are prominent on our channel. Lacquerware, functional items. Okay, that's not what I want. I want lacquer sources. Okay, trees. Okay, I was wrong. Lacquer is a natural polymer that primarily comes from the sap of lacquer trees. What was I thinking of with beetles? Oh, no, yeah, what is it? Lacquer from beetles. What am I thinking of? Hold on. Rosin from beetles. Rosin from bugs. Pine trees. Huh, maybe I was completely wrong. Finlay. Even traded okay, atomic nut. Shellac. That's what I was thinking of. Shellac. Shellac Elvis. That's what I was trying to think of. Shellac. Good save, Cat. Yeah, shellac's edible. Yeah, it's definitely edible. Sea urchins? So the thing now is it gives you trending searches beside my previous searches. So I don't know. So right there, if I do that, if I put nothing in there, it says trending searches on that side and then previous searches here. What does it say? Let's say rosin, lacquer, Lake Darlington, dry drowning, increasing salt intake, brain eating amoeba, Lake Darlington, home treatments, nitrogen flower. Nope, I don't think so. Sea urchin pasta. Yeah, sea urchin's good. Yeah, pasta's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty much negative for you. So you know what else is pretty good for you? Apparently, almost all the seeds, like seeds in like pretty much everything, like pumpkin seeds, apple seeds, all that shit's good for you. They've told us to not, in order to keep us from curing our own parasites, because all those seeds basically, like how they say you have. I'm back. Why we scared him? I have to really watch my carb and take more closely. We all do, Cat. But yeah, you should freaking cut carbs for like I'd say 5 days out of the week, or at least. I mean, if you want to have a cheat day type thing, I'd drop that shit. You don't really get to see how we ate down here as a family because we change our diet to well, at least my mom tries to change things in order to make sure that you can eat, good when we all have food together. Or eat, but whatever. My point being, so like what we normally, we have spaghetti like once a week. And then we like eat meat and potatoes. We'll have a starch and a meat, and that's basically what we have. Or fish cakes. Of course it is. She's your aunt, Cat. She's your auntie. Cosmo's back. Wait, little. But yeah, so right. So we only eat carbs in the form of pasta like 1 day a week. And we bake our own bread, and that's usually sourdough. But you see, we bake 2 of those little loaves like once a week. No, it's absolutely nice. I absolutely think it's nice of her too. But I was saying she's your aunt. She thinks about you. She cares for you. And I forgot what I was saying. Right. But yeah, so it's and you see how much work we do like every day out there. My blood sugar is just a bit too high from years of eating too many carbs. Right. No, I can imagine. I can imagine 100%. And did you see what what I've been saying for years about parasites causing diabetes? Now it's out. Now it's out in public that it's the type 2 diabetes, at least type 2, is from a parasite. Cosmos eating popcorn. Popcorn's good. But yeah, so now they're actually saying it's from a parasite. Now that all the bullshit's come out from Cosmo, from COVID, right? Because they're craving it. They're craving the carbs and the sugar, so they make you crave it. That's the problem with most addictions. It's the parasites telling you what to think, so they get fed. Yes, if you have parasites, there's also in like it can if rats or mice have a specific parasite, it'll make them like the smell of cat pee, so that they go looking for cat pee. And when you look for cat piss, what do you think you're going to find? You're going to find the kitty cat. And what's the kitty cat going to do? It's going to eat you. But the parasite that's in the mouse wants to be in the cat's brain. I was telling Cosmo. But yeah, and that's the thing. So parasites can make you crave things. And they've known that since the 1800s. So, but they want to sell us carbs and they want to sell us sweets. So, hey, might as well get everybody, find that parasite and get it to everybody. I believe, and now that it's also come out that they've been spraying stuff into our air. Now we're going to find out shortly that they've been spraying these parasites into the air that mix. Then they make it rain, a light rain that mixes with the parasite, the dried parasites that were like sea monkeys in the air, so that it gets all over our food and stuff. Then they make it rain really, really hard to wash away their evidence by doing cloud seeding. It's absolutely crazy, and it sounds crazy. All right, what was I doing? I forgot what I was looking up to. Oh, right. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, shellac, not lacquer. Shellacker, that's probably what I was thinking of. All right, where did I go? Let me go here. Oh, dang it, forgot what I was thinking about again. Oh, man, my brain's going. My brain's going. Dang it. Dang it. Oh, dang it. What is it? Wait, they don't love you like I love you. Wait. Dang it, I can't think of the thing. Oh, I lost it in my brain. Oh, right. Duh. A parasite that makes mice enjoy the smell of cat urine. Toxoplasmosis or something like that? Or the Machiavelli microbe. Toxoplasmosis gondii. The parasite can make mice lose their fear of cat urine and even become attracted to it. And it's phenomenally known as the fatal attraction. This happens because the parasite needs cats to reproduce, and this behavioral change increases the likelihood of a cat preying on the mouse, thus facilitating the parasite's transmission. The parasites can only reproduce sexually in the digestive tract of the cat. By altering the mouse's behavior, the parasite increases the chance of being eaten by a cat. The parasite primarily affects the amygdala, the part of the brain involved in processing emotions and fear, including the fear of predators. So there's other... Wait, they don't love you like I love you. Cosmo's gonna poop. But yeah, so there's obviously going to be parasites that affect the way we think and feel and stuff. And if there's ones that make us crave sweets and carbs, why wouldn't they give them to us? Well, they'll sell more carbs and sweets. And I think the shellac. Oh, dang it! I said it again. Shellac. Shellac, yes, the shellac. I think the shellac, being a natural product, might contain parasites sometimes. Wait, they don't love you like I love you. This says, thanks to science, parasites can have sex in mice, not just in cats. That's crazy. Is that what we're paying for science? The science we're paying to have done? Crazy. Fatal Attractions. That's probably where they got the name for the movie, Fatal Attraction. Wait. I don't love you like I love you. Oh, dang it. I missed it. Stop. Oh, dang it. I don't love you like I love you. Oh, dang it. I missed it. Stop. It ain't pausing. All right. Let's see. Wait. I don't love you like I love you. All right. Parasites make fear. All right. Let's go back here. All right. While we're watching this, I'm excited. All right. Let me see if I can run. crazy. Oh, dang it. I got my shirt. Wait. Retrieve. Stinky. Cardboard to keep it from shorting out. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Protective paper. Untie. That's so cool. Get it down on the cardboard, take off the string. That's so crazy. Oh, that's why they keep it spherical. Huh. That doesn't make, that's so crazy. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. I guess we got it. That's how you make electricity. But, oh, okay, they surround each other. Wait, they don't love you like I love you. Wait. Oh, multiple cores of. Okay, to make sure they don't touch each other. That's just a piece of cardboard looking like. Oops, sorry. Sorry, my bad. My bad. There we go. When they don't love you like I love you. Stop. Dang it. What up, Daddy? Dang! I'm watching crazy stuff. They making neat stuff over here, Danny. Got them. That is so cool. You know how many pieces that must be? And they hand build them? They're probably like $8. And we sell them for like $6 million here. Tapping them in with wood, hunk of wood, and a freaking wooden mallet. This is crazy, yo. Capybara Danny. Gonna smack her in the fanny. See if I can run. Anytime. Bam, there we go. Cat's back and be more. I'm doing some stuff on my phone, so I'm here and can hear everything being said. I may be slow to respond in the chat. Whatever, cat. I don't care about you. You gotta respond, B. But Danny cares. Now they're gonna test the Look at that. Wow, look at the shape of the back of this dude's head. Sorry. Well, hold on, look at that. It's like a square. And he's got a big old hole, like, oh, he got shot or something in the back of the head. Man, look at that. Look at that. That's crazy. Sorry. I know that's rude. All right, my bad. Not too jet lag. All right, hold on. Look at this. When they don't love you, let them love you. Look at the hole. Look at that. That's so crazy. That hole right there. Looks like some sort of accident happened. But that's so crazy. Danny just woke up. All right. Sorry, Danny. All right, my bad. I apologize. That was rude. I love neat stuff, though. Dixon. Wait, they don't love you like I love you. Wait. Soldering it on. Soldering everything together. Look at those big arse wires. Look at no gloves, wrapping it up. What is that, gauze? Oh, probably so it can soak stuff in. Gnats. Me 5-4 fun. Me 5-4 fun. I got 2 guns. I got my gnats on your tonsils. What up, gnats? All right, my asthma is bugging me today, and I have a funeral at 10 in the morning. Otherwise, everything's pretty good. You better freaking get rid of them. You better get them bugs up in you. The bus bar, dang, everything's hand-bound. This is freaking cool. This is how men make power happen. When you need all this electricity in your house. Wait, they don't love you like I love you, Wade. That's so crazy. No, bro. She's gonna inhale my farts. Woo! Sorry, I'm stupid. You know what I think that is? I think that's a. No, it's oxyacetylene. Wow. That's crazy. And they're wrapping it in that gauze, I guess, so it can absorb and soak up to it. You think they have bad effects? I don't know. What effect do you think asthma has on your brain cells? I don't know. Everything has positives and negatives. I think it's just haywire because I'm just in Hawaii where the air is much more clear. Yeah, problem. And then to Baltimore? Yeah, absolutely. I knocked my glasses off. I think the lack of oxygen from the effect. I mean, I may not be correct about that. Let me see. Let's learn together. Asthma and brain oxygen levels. Asthma can affect brain oxygen levels, potentially leading to cognitive issues. Severe asthma attacks can cause hypoxia or lack of oxygen, which can damage brain cells and impact brain function. Chronic intermittent hypoxia from asthma can lead to changes in the brain structure and function over time. Asthma oxygenation. Asthma restricts airflow to the lungs, making it harder to get sufficient oxygen. This can lead to lower blood oxygen levels, which in turn affect the oxygen supply to the brain. Severe asthma attacks can cause hypoxia and even anoxia, no oxygen. to the brain, potentially brain damage. Studies have linked asthma to cognitive decline, particularly in areas like memory and learning. Neuroinflammation. Asthma can also trigger neuroinflammation, which is an inflammatory response in the brain. The inflammation may contribute to cognitive problems. Chronic asthma can lead to structural changes in the brain, such as reduced hippocampal neuron dendrite length and synaptic protein levels. Asthma can affect the dynamic functional connectivity of the brain, which refer to how the different brain regions communicate with each other. Not crazy. Well, I'm pretty smart for a person with asthma. Yeah, the air quality in Maryland freaking sucked, dude. Like when we were kids, me, my brother, and my sister, my parents were driving. Me, my brother, and my sister were in the back seat, and we used to do what was called gas masks. When we would go from like the suburbs driving into the city, it just started to stink like industrial freaking melt. And so we would reach over and hold each other's nose. Like my sister would pinch my nose, I'd pinch my brother's nose, and my brother would pinch my sister's nose. And we called it gas mask because it stunk so bad going in. When we'd have to go to like grandma and grandpa's house, you know, we had to go, yeah, gas mask. I want to be out of this thing within the next 4 years, but hopefully earlier. Yeah, hopefully. Kat is smart. She's related to me. Duh. But imagine how smart she would be if her freaking asthma was well frickin' jamulated. Well jamulated. There's an ongoing research into the long-term consequences of asthma-related oxygen deprivation on brain health, including potential links to dementia and Alzheimer's disease. In summary, yeah. They call me Cat. I'm really, really smart. You better not breathe when I start to fart. It's gonna stink. It's gonna stink. It's gonna stink. Sorry, I say dumb things. I say stupid shit. Let's watch some. Wait, I don't love you like I love you. Look how many freaking Transformers they make. They gotta export them sons of bitches. And they gotta put them in Earl PB. Wait. My asthma is typically not too bad. I'm not someone who deals real bad. On a regular basis, got asthma attacks. I fell down and I landed on their backs. Sorry, I say dumb shit. Oh, insulators, glass insulators. Or ceramic, those are ceramic insulators. Ceramic insulator. Oh, what a pain in the ass place to put those nuts. I'll put my nuts. My nose and lungs were super clear the whole time I was there. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Probably really good, you know, smack-a-doo to whack-a-doo. Washers. Even before I went to Hawaii, I hadn't been using my inhaler too much, which is why. Oh yeah, I'm sure all of the irritants, you know, coming back in is what's triggering your issues. Yeah, that's just whack-a-doodle. Always tickle it for me. He's tickling it up over deep. Well, there's your answer. Yeah, that's what I'd say. There's your answer. They're trying to kill you. Baltimore's trying to kill you. That's why they call it Bodymore Murderland. Wait, they don't love you like I love you. Man, look at that. They've got sandals on. Can you imagine dropping that shiz nozzle on your toenail. Moo! Gone. Oh, God. Hot. Yes, it's just annoying as hell today because it's been hard to sleep between the asthma and the disgusting heat. Yes, I can agree. Yeah, I kept waking up and flipping flopping from the heat today too. It's hot down here. Georgia, 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 oh baby. Oh right. Georgia, Georgia, Georgia on my mind. Better be able to understand that, Danny, or I'll freaking smack a doodle. We go, oh, threw my shoulder out. Danny's a jerk. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I figure they probably would have used something in here to pump the oil around it, but I bet you they just use, what's that called? They use not thermal, what's it called? When there's a temperature change from the top and the bottom, the oil automatically flows. I was always thought, oh, yeah, dude, they lied to you. Baltimore being a nice city. I mean, it looks nice, and we have expensive-ass areas. Like, you can spend $10 million on a home in Baltimore, some places. But, yeah, no, it's freaking the industrial areas, and, like, there's a big fucking chimney as soon as you drive into Baltimore where they burn the trash and just, oh, we'll pump it out high enough. They thought, hey, if we make the smokestack 50 feet tall, it'll be fine, but it stinks like shit. We got these two big testicles, golden testicles. Let me show you. Let me show you the golden testicles. Oh, damn it. Baltimore's golden testicles. There you go, boy. Look at these big old jungalongas. Look at them. Look at them. And I don't even know what they do. What's up with the golden nuts in Baltimore? They call them eggs. They call them Baltimore eggs. Golden eggs. Can you see that? Okay. Yeah. What's up, the golden eggs? Most people around here know them as the egg-shaped towers and the majestic blah, 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 blah. Okay, they have something to do with the city-owned backwater wastewater treatment plan. So what it does is the poop and pee go into the bottom areas, okay? And then as the poop and pee ferment and off-gas, the gases collect to the top in the big testicle-looking things. Then they sell your farts back to you to work on your stove and to heat your house. So you pay them to take your pee and poop. Then they sell you your farts back to you to heat your home. That's nuts. Get it? Nuts. Like those nuts right there. Yeah. And then the Baltimore smokestack. Sorry, I was trying to be funny. Baltimore welcome smokestack. Okay, look at this big ass smokestack. Okay, and it still pumps out shite. Okay. It still pumps out, and that's the incinerator plant. So the trash is just being burnt, and they're just pumping your trash gas into the air. So at least they collect your farts and sell them back to you. But the trash and stuff just goes, burns right in, and then that's just the city, like Baltimore City, and not state industry. That's the city. So that's what the city does to the air. And then you have all the other companies that have and all the other companies that have smokestacks and stuff like that. Like the Baltimore Power Plant, so they used to be a power plant there, but now it's actually Power Plant Live in Baltimore, which is like a entertainment complex, and now it's a Hard Rock Cafe. But there's a bunch of other smokestacks and stuff like that in Maryland. They're just pumping shit off into the air, dude. Yeah. There's a definitely a lot of. I mean, there's a lot of art, a lot of bands, right? A lot of crime. The air quality is poor, right? And there's a lot of sick people in Baltimore. There's a lot of ghettos in Baltimore. And me and Kat's grandfather, he used to work at and Kat's dad used to work at the steel plant in Baltimore, Bethlehem Steel. He used to pump off some whack-a-doodle stuff. Yeah. Heck, these guys. Let's see. Let's see if we can find. Let's see if we can find info out here. Sorry. Are you on? Sorry, my problem. Comparison of air quality from Maryland to Hawaii. Honolulu, are two cleanest cities in the country. They have good air quality 99.7% of the time, which is 21.2% higher than Maryland. Maryland now has reductions in sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide. The state has been below the primary since 2010 and daily since 2008. While improving, Baltimore, Washington region still faces issues with smog and soot pollution, ranking 22nd worst for short-term particle pollution. And the Maryland's average air quality is good for some months and moderate for others. In general, Hawaii generally boasts significantly cleaner air quality compared to Maryland. While Maryland has made strides in improving air quality through regulations and initiatives, challenges remain, particularly regarding transported pollution and particulate matter. Volcanic activity is a unique source of air pollution in Hawaii, while industrial and vehicle emissions are the primary concern in Maryland. So, yes, AI thinks. They're saying that the volcanic air pollution, but who gives a shit? That don't hurt people. I mean, unless you're close to it. You know, I mean, it's like the volcanic shit isn't anywhere as bad as what we're doing, humans. So, Danny, did you hear about the whole fake Jamalama, the fake? Kat, did you hear about this? Did you hear about the climate change is fake? They've been faking it just to make money. I mean, so check this out. So and it all came out when this Texas thing happened. So check this out. We can create clouds. Well, I'll show you a cloud creation engine. So we can create clouds, and we can seed those clouds. So we've been doing that. We just did that in Texas, but accidentally a tropical storm came in right behind it. So we seeded and rained on Texas, and then a tropical storm dumped, and that's what caused the floods. If the humans wouldn't have messed with it, nothing would have happened. But what we've been doing is we've been changing the weather. And listen, they made a law in 1974 for weather modification. So we've been doing it way longer. They finally made a law about it in 74 when bad things started to happen. We never hear about it. You can modify the weather? Yes, and we've been doing it for a long time. The reason glitter is made so much in America, like we have the only industry we still have in America that does really, really, really good is glitter. And it's because they pump it into the atmosphere so it reflects sunlight and stuff, and it can change the temperatures. So you can spray glitter into the air. And because we have so many planes, 14,000 takeoffs and landings a day, all over the entire United States. You can choose which areas you want your rainfall and stuff to go in or not to go in or to be hot. And you can spray glitter over where you want it to be cold and they can say, oh no. And because there's so much air traffic, you can just have it spray up. It's absolutely crazy. HARP. Yeah, HARP's a big one. But watch this shit. 1974 law for weather modification. The Weather Modification Act of 1974 in the Senate. The bill aimed to establish blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we've been doing that. We've been modifying weather since that. So then the cloud creation engines, and HARP's a different thing. We'll talk about that too. Cloud creation engines. All right. Okay, watch this. Damn it, I hate when I do that. Look at this big ass cloud. Look at that machine.
Don't worry if you can't hear what I'm saying. I couldn't even hear myself. This is the loudest sound you could possibly.
Look at this. Look how small that building is compared to this big ass cloud it's pumping out.
The cleanest.
Look at this shit. And they just do it away so you don't hear this. It's out in the valleys somewhere.
That cloud up there, which was generated by the
and then they'll fly an airplane into it and seed the cloud.
Water vapor. And in about an hour's time, someone in Mississippi is going to get wet washing. It will actually rain.
So no problem. How long have they been doing this? Forever.
It's raining.
All right. So this is pretty old, right? So they've been doing it for years and years and years and years and years and years and years. And so the whole climate change thing finally came out where they've been lying to us. And then like they've been like, look, it hasn't rained here because there's already so many flights everywhere. So you just manipulate what's in the fuel of each flight to mix whatever chemistry you want to come out the other end of the thing. So the contrails, and that's why they say that planes hold way the fuck more gas than they actually do. They don't hold 30,000 gallons of gasoline, of diesel fuel, aviation fuel. They hold like 6,000 gallons, and then they hold a shitload of stuff they want to spray into the air, which is absolutely crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
I love it. Now, for the AI text.
But yeah, so that's all come out now. So the whole Texas flood. Yeah, that they accidentally seeded in, and you can hire a company right now to come if you wanted to rain on your farm. They can bring a machine to create the cloud that's going to go over your farm, and then they can seed just that cloud and they can make it rain on your farm. It's called rainmaker.com. It's crazy. Yeah, rainmaker.com. Making Earth habitable. So all the bullshit, all the Africa stuff where you have starving Africans, that's all bullshit. They're keeping these people starving for the clicks and to keep in power. There's no reason. Like, did you hear about Mr. Beast going in and making and digging 1,000 wells or whatever it was? How is he able to do that? And with the billions of dollars we've given Africa for starving, thirsty, dehydrated African children, why wasn't this done? Why did he have to do 1,000 wells in 1,000 days or whatever it was? He did it for the clicks and whatever. So why wasn't it? Because we've been donating and they've been stealing it. All of things, all the donation volunteering shit is bullshit. Even like right now, all the starving children in Gaza, it's all bullshit now too. I haven't eaten in 9 days. Bullshit, you're lying. Your brother's right behind you eating some shit. It's like all bullshit. Did you hear about Hakeem Jeffries? Please tell me you heard about Hakeem Jeffries making his waist skinnier. Did you hear about this? I'm guessing you're not. Okay, I don't even know where. Let's see if I can find it. Let me see. Hakeem Jeffries waistline. Shut up. We all know which is this. You lying sack of shiz nozzle. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? No, don't tell me it ain't gonna show it. Hakeem Jeffries photoshopped his picture. And here it is. Look at this. This is so crazy.
Hakeem Jeffries staffers aren't very good at Photoshop. The Democratic House Minority Leader is getting roasted online after posting a clearly photoshopped picture of himself on Instagram. The picture shows Jeffries leaning against a park bench.
But watch.
Now, if you look closer, you can see that the park bench is warped around his hips. So either his pants come with their own gravitational pull, or it's been photoshopped. I'm not sure if he was trying to look taller, slimmer, or both, but he definitely succeeded in looking more dishonest.
Right. So it's like, so he's full of shit. And then, you know, Bernie Sanders walked off of the Bernie Sanders walked off of, forgot his name, the Joe Rogan podcast, because he couldn't handle being talked to for 3 hours. You know, and so he walks. He's full of shit. AOC's full of shit. She's not a Bronx girl. She, you know, everything. All these Democrats are full of shit, and now, and it's like, so they've all been like, all these people have been using slave labor. And that's why, and they want to say that they're so anti-slave but it's because they're covering up the slavery that they're still doing. They still want to take these immigrants and they still want to work them for $3 an hour, because that's a fuck ton more. They make $15 a day, or not, sorry, a week, $15 a week in Mexico. So they pay them $3 to $5 an hour here. So every 3 hours they're making what they would make in a week in Mexico. Okay, so and they want that. They want that. The construction places, they want this cheap labor. And they keep lying. Like McDonald's and stuff have been using it. So they're not even, it's supposed to be against the law, but we stopped reporting it. So we're letting everybody get away with everything. It's absolutely crazy. So we've been using slave labor still to today, even though they're getting paid $3 to $5 an hour. How does McDonald's cut somebody a check for under the minimum wage? That's crazy. That's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy, gonna make me lazy. Dehydration. What? No, now they're pumping it full of oil. And that little spyglass on the front one, you can see it. Yeah, definitely not water. Oh, it's Pakistan. 2024. Thumbs up. That's crazy. That's crazy. Look what I built. That's crazy. All right. What are these guys doing? No way. What is this? I gotta stop watching this stuff. Mixer? Oh, cleaner. Ship anchor chain. Oh, they cut pieces off of it. Amazing recycling video. Don't know. It's absolutely amazing. Cutting through these big ass hunks of chain with a torch. Ugh, imagine the heat. Doom. And the weight. Whoa. Break it. Oh. Hit him in the freaking fingers. What are you trying to do, dude? Oh, there you go. That's so crazy. I wouldn't be doing that shit. Oh, there we go. Oh, that was me. My bad. My bad. What up, Till? What up, Till? It's a slow day today. Saturdays and Sundays are always the slowest. It's alright, though. I don't mind. I don't mind. Look at his big ass. He can't get it out the oven. Look at that. Could you imagine? Oh, grabbing. Woo! Burn all your skin off. Oh. Dang. Oh, that's me. Oh, that's somebody. Oops. Yeah, it's alright, cat. Go to bed. It's gonna be slow today anyway. That was me. Nighty night, cat. Oh, that's cool. Well, I don't love you like you love. That's crazy. So that doesn't. I guess it's cheaper and easier to bang the shit out of this stuff than it is to melt it down and recast it. That's crazy. It's crazy. Dude, look what you're doing on my floor. That looks hot. Man, oh gosh. What are they making? I want to fast forward. Oh, that's me. Oh, that's just me. Alright. Go, 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 go. What are they making? Babe, I love you like I love you, babe. No way. Are they making axles? Hold on, I need to fast forward this junk. Look at all that wood. Oh, it's wood fired. Well, look at a whole bunch of those, whatever they are. Okay, that's going on the lathe. Oh, I lost my hearing. This goes in the lathe. Nice. Oh, gosh. That's crazy. All right, that comes off. Is that a... They got a lot of them, whatever they are. And I don't care if they get dented. That's for dang sure. Okay, saw. That doesn't make any sense. That don't make any sense. Why wouldn't they cut it with a torch? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, I guess it was not hot, and then I'm gonna cool it down again. Oh, yeah, crazy. Center. Find the center. Okay. Centering jig. Okay. They're gonna straighten it. Bang. Bang. Okay. Straighten check again. Back on the lathe. Oh, dang it, that's crazy. What a big ass head. So do the jig. What's going on here? Okay. They're making a car hubs. That's the bolt pattern to put the tires on the car. Yeah, this is for, in America they use 5. Yeah, there's the lug nuts. And that's the axle. Oh, okay, CNC machine. Look at that busted ass glass. What? And this started off as anchor chain. That's crazy. And there you go. It's got to groove the ends to fit into the... Get that off of there. Ugh, I just scraped it off and get on your fingernails. Okay, that's gonna put the grooves in there, the splines, so the motor can turn it. You do a lot of them something. Look at the grass. That's a saw blade. Wow. Yeah, you better not untie that too quick. I think it'll fly open on you. Big old saw blade. Look at that looking crazy looking thing. Look how long those saw blades are. They gotta be used or something. No gloves. He's gonna chop them up. Okay, those are used. Doesn't even change the area on the. It must change the area on there. It's kind of a little bit. That's crazy. Okay. Big old. What are you cutting off with? You're making knives? No way.
Surprise! Top bird scanner!
No way. I gotta plate them together or something. That's really cool. It's gonna go on the back. He's in the side of the hammer. I don't understand. No way. Chef's knives? That's crazy. She's using that shellac is like a lubricant, coolant. Rivets? Oh, yeah, okay. Wow. I'm gonna handle. Crazy. Crazy. That's so crazy. Interesting. What up, Space Cowboy? Oh, hey, hey, it's fine, Albert. Hey, hey, hey. Space Cowboy, you're gonna need to be tomorrow, 3 o'clock. It's after 3 o'clock tomorrow. I'm gonna need your money, buddy. You're gonna have to get online and buy you a T-shirt, or tell me that you don't want it again. But yeah, I'm doing a redesign. I'm going to put your shirt up in there too. So it'll be about 3 o'clock tomorrow. Look at my fat neck. Look at that. I'm getting old. It's my mask. Look at these guys. No, is he sharpening them? Oh, okay. That's for the wood. Look at that. That's so crazy. No gloves, no nothing. He ain't worried about that crap. He ain't worried about it at all. I better have my name. Yeah, but I told you, no problem. You'll go down in history. The very first merch customer. My very first merch customer is Space Motherfucker the Cowboy. Space Motherfucker the Cowboy. That's an ugly ass knife. What? I hope they finish it somehow. I mean, it's got gaps and shit in it. Like where a bunch of like meat juice and stuff would go in. Your fan just shut off. Now you're gonna sharpen it. Yeah, right. No, look at that, boy. No eye protection, no nothing. In big letter. It better have my name for it. I told you I would, bro. Invisible to a blind person. Don't make it happen, brother. Right up there. Right up there. Oop, I can't aim properly. What should we call the new dating app for Indians? Oh, dude. I should know something for this. Oh, man. Nothing's coming to mind. Oh, man. Those types of Indians. I was thinking of American Indians. But that's funny. Connect the dots. Shellac Elvis. Don't let him get away. Look at that. He's gonna cut his damn finger off. That's a piece of shit, for sure. It's not, it doesn't look good at all. Connect the dots. I'm so glad the frickin' leftists are out of office now so we can make funny jokes again. So first put it into a bucket, then mix it with your bare hands. Connect the dots. Then put it back into the bag. I guess he blended two colors together or something. That just doesn't seem like the right process. Then put the camera in the bag. Yeah, that seems like a bad idea. Then climb up here with your frickin' flip-flops. What? Look at this. And it's still over his head. Then some chick pops up on the screen. First is the worst. First is the worst. Second is the best. Third is the one with the tiny. What? First is the worst. Second is the best. Third is the worst with the tiny nuts in my mouth on the tonsil. Third is the worst. Second is the best. Third is the one with the. Where is number 3 tiny nuts? Oh, he's at He came in earlier. Andy came in earlier. He was drunk. Yeah, absolutely. We're spin doctors. 1, 2, princess and before you. That's what I say now, princess. The princess who adore you. Let's go ahead now. One night, that diamonds in his pockets. That's some bread now. One time, I'm gonna buy you rockets. Oh, marry him or marry me. I'm the one that love you, baby. Can't you see? I ain't got no future or family tree, but I'm the one that love you that I ought to be. I'm the one that love you that I ought to be. Say, if you want to call me baby, just go ahead now. And if you like to tell me maybe, just go ahead now. Marry him or marry me. I'm the one that love you, baby. Boobies. What are we making? The movie? The movie? No, no, no. That's dodgeball. Fastball. Fastball. Oh, yeah, the band. Oh, they got their own website. Fastballtheband.com? No, fastballtheband.com. Look at these old ass guys. Enter website.
Subscribe, top, much, channel.
Oops, wrong button. No, they're on tour now. Damn it. Bridgeport, Vienna, gosh, and they're not playing Georgia. Why don't they ever play Georgia? They're not coming down to the frickin'. Yep, they're only playing the North. Connecticut, well, North Carolina. They don't even play South Carolina. New York, Indiana, Ontario, Canada, Buffalo, New York, Bethel, New York, Louisville, Kentucky, Ohio. Yeah, they're not coming down to Georgia. Colorado. They're coming out with another one, another album, May 30th. Oh, it already came out. I guess this is the tour for it. That's crazy. Now you got me freaking going nuts here. Oh yeah, Blues Traveler. Yeah. Do you remember when he got skinny and then he got like supermodels to surround him in the videos? He's back to fat again, I think. What was his name? Damn it. Blues Traveler lead singer. John Popper. Yeah, he's skinny now. 1967. Yeah, man. Look how skinny he is, dude. He looks so bad. I hate it when people get really fat and then really skinny. Like, look at his face, dude. It's like the stretch out and everything is really gone bad for him. He's like, what? No, what? What'd I miss? Oh, you don't remember him being fat? Hold on. I got you, brother. I got you. You know, it used to be. There you go. He's a big boy. He had the vest of harmonicas. He had like 12 different harmonicas, 6 on each side, and they were different, like F sharp, like G, different notes. But yeah, he was a big old boy, big old boy. I'm the one that love you, baby. Can't you see? Yeah, Eric Clapton. You know his kid fell out of the window at like the 30th story of a hotel. It's like 2-year-old or 3-year-old. Did you know that? Not me. I've always been skinny dog jizzle. I've been skinny boy. I'm a skinny boy. Where was that thing here? Blues Traveler. No, I've always been freaking a teeth pick. Freaking toothpick. Put them in your mouth and pick it. Let's go back here. Let's see. Eric Clapton's child.
Eric Clapton's children include Connor Clapton, Julie Rose
The
Clapton, Sophie Bell Clapton, Ella Mae Clapton, and Ruth Clapton.
53rd story. The kid fell 53 stories to the ground. In 1991. Holy shit. Dang, dude. Eric Clapton's 4-year-old son, Connor, tragically died in 1991 after falling from a New York City apartment window. The window was left open after being cleaned by the housekeeper, and Connor, who was not in the room during the cleaning, ran to the window and fell. The incident occurred in the 53-story building where Connor was visiting his mother. Damn, crazy. What illness is he suffering from? What? Well, that's crazy. He's got a lot. Who's Ella Mae? She has a daughter? He has a daughter. How many biological children? He has 5. Lots of kids. Do you recall being that big? I do. I look at him out of pants. Freaking fastball. Oh, now they're in a factory of paper. Oh, that's more metal. Wow, look, they got air conditioning in this place. And women? No. You better wear that hijab. She got her face covered up. Oh, because men are not allowed to see her. Men aren't allowed to see her. Look at the craziness. Did you see that craziness, dude? They can't have men see their faces, so she covered her face. Oh, these are circuit boards. That's putting the solder paste on the circuit boards. I'm brilliant. You're gonna be LEDs, I bet you. They're gonna be lights. That's a pick and place machine.
So nothing can stop you from riding with confidence.
A pick and place machine. It grabs the things off of the reel. Those are LEDs. Yep, I was right. And it's gonna put the LEDs on the panel. Yeah, it flashes a camera so it can see what it's looking at. Oh, or it's testing them. Oh yeah, it's testing them before it picks them off the machine. That's pretty cool. Uh-oh, what do we got? What do we got here? What we got? What you give me? What you give me?
I want all these M&Ms. Huh? I want all these M&Ms. How much is the total?
324.
324? All I got is a penny.
You motherfucker, you made me scan everything and you have only 1 penny?
I only got 1 penny. Memes, no memes.
Hey, what does it mean? The memes? Motherfucker, what are you talking about?
I got us a penny. You motherfucker. You made me scan all these. Yeah, all I got is a penny. Can you give them to me for free? The craziest drugs. Oh no, let's watch that. Why has it gotta be an hour long?
Never heard of. At this point in YouTube history, I think everybody has watched at least one video about crazy or obscure drugs. And while these videos are interesting, usually if you've seen them all, and typically the entries are rather surface level.
No mames.
This video is different. We're gonna cover drugs that are so random and so unknown by the general public that even super niche internet communities don't know about them.
What are you talking about, dude?
Crazier as it goes on. Let's begin. Salvinorin B methoxymethyl ether. If you thought of salvia when you heard salvinorin in the jumbled mess of scientific smart people speak, then you would be correct. But this isn't just regular salvia. This video is about drugs you've never heard of, and this stuff is way crazier than
Tell me about it.
salvia.
Tell me about it.
I think
The silver fox.
Super salvia. But in case you're unfamiliar with regular salvia, let me...
I mean, like me? Like silver hair? Or is it, are you talking about something else? Oh, I just lost hearing. What? Like the silver fox? Is it, you talking about a band? Or are you talking about like hot looking people with gray hair? Silver Fox band. Young Gun Silver Fox? The rock duo? Charles Rich is the original Silver Fox, known as Silver Fox. Look at that guy, dude. Bam. Look how good looking I am.
Recap quickly. You see, with regular salvia, from every trip report that I've seen, using salvia is almost a guaranteed miserable time. And even at that, the bar is so low for salvia that even a good experience is pretty much
great movie, great meme,
as the
Animal House.
But salvinorin B isn't regular salvia. This drug is salvia's crackhead cousin. Honestly, for all intents and purposes, this drug is probably one of the most cursed compounds ever made for a variety of reasons. For starters, the National Library of Medicine states that this chemical is among the most potent and selective kappa opioids known. And in this case, stronger is not always better. To this date, there has only ever been one reliable salvinorin B trip report. And that's simply because even some of the most seasoned psychonauts don't want to touch it. Likely because it's a cursed compound with a ridiculously long half-life. According to sources, salvinorin B is 5 times more potent than salvinorin A and lasts for a duration of 2 to 3 hours. Which brings using this drug into the realm of sheer insanity. If you were crazy enough to want to try this drug, you would need to heavily mentally prepare yourself beforehand. Because breakthrough drugs like salvia and DMT are known to cause time dilation, which means that your trip could feel longer than it actually is.
Like years. I'm all jacked up on Coca-Cola. I'm all jacked up on Coca-Cola.
In a post I found on the DMT forum, a user states, I felt like I lived an entirely different life in the DMT world. It felt like 10 years or so. I even had a family.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Another user commented on this post saying, this happened to me on salvia, and I had absolutely no awareness of this life. I lived a whole lifetime in another life, and then zap, I'm in my bedroom. It was unsettling to me.
Yeah, I'm driving crazy. Can you imagine? I'm all jacked up
on eternity only lasted 15 minutes. Keep in mind, this is just regular salvia, which only lasts 5 to 20 minutes. Considering salvinorin B is 5 times more potent and lasts about 15 times longer, it's no wonder why so few even dare to try it. So, what happened to the person that did take this compound? Well, for that, we actually need to look at the research paper.
Bastards. I bet they put that shit in our food. We're all tripping. This life isn't even real.
His dose in micrograms, which is extremely tiny. An average dose of regular salvia is measured in milligrams, which is obviously much more.
Yeah, 1,000 times. I'm all jacked up on Coca-Cola.
Like psychedelics, said the following about his experience with salvinorin B. My head was observed to retract, and my face was frozen in a frighteningly blank expression as if I were having a stroke. My hands adopted a strange pose and waved around very slowly, alternately creepily awkward and graceful. I remembered none of this. Then, when talking about actually
but now he remembers it
through on the chemical, which basically means losing track of your current reality and entering hyperspace, they wrote, I wasn't actually perceiving any objects in my environment. It was my mind that I was perceiving as a manifestation of the movement of a 5-dimensional object through a 4-dimensional membrane. Whatever that means. Considering this was such a minuscule dose, I can't imagine the trip report someone might come back with if they took a full send level dose.
Yeah, fuck that.
There is actually one other trip report on the entire internet, although it isn't reliable as an actual research paper. This trip report is simply titled, I cannot comprehend what happened, and it's actually written by a career chemist who synthesized the compound himself, and upon taking it was transported into an entirely different life in the 1950s. This is his
1950
experience. I fell through my floor into an endless array of eerie sounds.
Young blood. Yeah, young blood was kicking.
Walked towards me, grabbed me by the neck, and said, in a disturbing voice. Then he threw me up and I landed. I stood up and realized that I was in the 1950s. The trip went from impossible events to me simply existing in a different time. I walked around on this street and found a newspaper on the ground. I could read each and every article, and on the top it read August 6th, 1953. I didn't know that it wasn't real. It was all I knew. I could remember my life, but it wasn't me. It was the life of a person that I was in 1953.
Fucking crazy, dude.
First job, everything. As potentially cool as it may seem to almost time travel, this one part of this one story doesn't make this compound seem any less terrifying. 4-CMA. Like many of the obscure chemicals on this list, finding information on 4-CMA is not easy. That's because 4-CMA is a research chemical. If you don't know what research chemicals are, they're basically synthetic chemicals that were Frankensteined in a lab as part of a research project in an attempt to either improve on an existing chemical or to create an entirely new drug. Basically, research chemicals are the result of scientists doing random stuff like they're brewing potions in Minecraft. The thing is, most of these chemicals don't make the cut, typically because they either have terrible effects or they aren't useful medically, or they just lost funding on the research. If the established drugs that most people know about are the tip of the iceberg, then research chemicals pretty much cover the rest of the iceberg all the way to the bottom. 4-CMA is a research chemical that was originally synthesized in the 1960s, as it was supposed to be a stimulant that behaved similarly to an amphetamine. Despite what scientists expected, however, 4-CMA had a much more antidepressant effect than stimulant effect on the subject. But because it was mildly pleasant to use, drug dealers actually pressed this into their own pills to evade authorities. According to sources, 4-CMA was first identified at the Tomorrowland Festival in 2015, where a tablet was found in the possession of a drug dealer. Then it seemed to have disappeared, while a study conducted in 2019 reported detection of 4-CMA in pills once again. Now you might be curious, why is the slightly pleasant antidepressant on this list? Well, it turns out that this drug is highly neurotoxic to its users. In studies done with rats, it was found to permanently reduce serotonin, and in further studies done on it, it was also found that, quote, administration of 4-CMA caused a prolonged reduction in the levels of serotonin in the brain 1 month after injecting a single dose of the drug. In other words, it physically kills your serotonin receptors permanently. Now, to make things worse, there are still vendors that are knowingly selling this toxic chemical with no regard for the general public. This is bad because these drugs can easily end up in a wide variety of recreational pressed pills that are sold on the black market. In regards to this, in the research chemicals subreddit,
have you ever put lightning?
A substance that could fry your brain like only a lifetime of...
Yes. I would put them on my teeth. Well, I mean, yeah, it was in my mouth. I would take the not the whole bug, but we used to take the egg sac, the glowy part, and break it, rip it off, and then you could like draw on your shirt with it, like stick them on like pixels, and then you could have a glowy shirt that said something for like 15, 20 minutes till it glow. But yeah, I would take them and like stick their egg sacs on my teeth so I could go and have glow in the dark teeth for 15 minutes. Well, they'd get all fucked.
MDMA use could in one sitting, which I feel is pretty accurate. And it's even been reported that abusing this chemical could leave you with, quote, an irreversible depression that would be like an MDMA come down every day for the rest of your life. Although it's been speculating that reaching this state would require multiple large doses over a long period of time, if you don't want to take the chance at permanently damaging your serotonin neurons, I would strongly recommend staying away from this drug. I almost want to call 4-CMA super MDMA, but it's really not the case. It's honestly just the worst of both worlds. The upside of MDMA is completely subdued in 4-CMA, and the downside of MDMA is amplified to such an extreme degree there is absolutely no value in the trade-off. Pyros. No, not the TF2 pyro. Pyros is an abbreviated word for the class of drugs known as pyrolidinopherones, and they're pretty much crack on crack. If you remember the bath salts epidemic from about a decade ago, well, pyros are to blame. They're pretty well known in the fringe drug community as being the most addictive class of chemicals on Earth. And when I say most addictive, I'm talking about 20 times more addictive than crack. These drugs are absolutely insane, and they don't even hold a candle to the mainstream drugs known for their addictiveness. For example, with commonly known drugs, most people actively decide to stop using it before their supply runs out. This is definitely not the case with this stuff. Barely anyone in recorded history has started using a supply of pyros and just stopped.
So I used to, what up, babe? What up, babe? So I used to, when cell phones first became like really popular, well, started like Nextels and stuff like that. I was working at Ritz Camera, and we would sell cell phones. So when like Nokia's little Nokias came out. We had them, and then like we started to get digital. Like these were analog. These weren't even digital cell phones. These were analog cell phones. And then the Sprint PCS came out, and that was interesting. So yeah, the whole development of that, and then like I started. This is when I was 19, so I was about to go on tour, and my band and everything started to get more popular and stuff like that. So what I miss? Okay, there we go. But yeah, that whole smart dude. But before I used to have a beeper, and a white Motorola pager, and yeah, so I definitely remember. I remember using pay phones to call people back from my beeper. Is my beep wretched? My nickname used to be Wretched. Back in punk rock, man, they call me Wretched.
Stash of pyros only
With
ended
an R.
long bender because they became full-blown psychotic and ended up in a psych ward, or if they're lucky, started seeing shadow people early on and got scared enough to flush the rest of their supply down the toilet. But this stuff is so addictive that I'm convinced that somebody has flushed their stash down the toilet and then immediately gone sewer diving afterwards on a quest to find his precious like Gollum in Lord of the Rings. Because of this, even the most seasoned drug users won't take this stuff because the compulsion to take more is practically impossible to overcome. In hindsight, it's no wonder we had a bath salts zombie.
What up, my name is Ava.
Bath salts are literally just pyros. Imagine you're trying to quit a chemical that's 50 times more addictive than crack, and every time you make a stop at the gas station for your nightly Twinkies, a scraggly old dude in the back who smells like salami is...
Why they would sell this stuff in gas stations too? Like you could go to the gas station and get these things.
Tempting you to buy it for a couple bucks. The thing about the bath salts epidemic was that whenever authorities finally got around to outlawing the latest chemical, the drug lords that sold them would just hire some armchair chemist on the internet to look for slightly different chemicals on the dark web that kinda looked the same. Keep in mind, they wouldn't even know what the side effects would be. So basically, they were pretty much just selling random research chemicals to homeless people as test subjects. Because of this, a lot of people got caught up in bath salts addiction around 2012 because they had no idea how addictive they would be. But that's not even it. The most diabolical aspect of pyros is that they make you extremely horny. I'm not joking. Like a 64-hour edge session with no break or sleep until you literally pass out from exhaustion or get submitted to urgent care. They say that meth can turn you into a gooning degenerate, but this stuff is like meth times 5. To make matters even worse, somewhere along the way, armchair chemists on the internet somehow figured to conveniently turn this compound into vape juice, which pretty much makes this invention the world's worst jewel. So the next time your mom gets mad at you for your vaping addiction, feel free to remind her that there's some 45-year-old dude with scraggly hair in his basement vaping super crack and jorking it for 10 days straight. The amount of gooning behavior pyros cause would literally make your average Discord moderator look like a Buddhist monk. Long story short, outside of their extremely addictive qualities, these drugs are well known for turning you into a D1 gooner. Like, legitimately, the Michael Jordan of... From what I've read, this drug easily...
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I sure do. I sure do.
Makes you the biggest degenerate in the world. Trust me when I say, pyros are one diabolical class of drugs. 5-MeO-DMT. 5-MeO-DMT is basically DMT's mysterious grandfather. If you think the sorcerers we talked about in the medieval video were mysterious, you'll be even more intrigued by this chemical compound. This chemical is sometimes nicknamed the God molecule, and surprisingly, unlike other chemicals on this list, this substance is actually naturally occurring. But this isn't found in a mushroom or tree bark like normal drugs. 5-MeO-DMT
like normal
is
drugs.
naturally occurring in toad venom, of all things. I mean, talk about hardcore. Unlike the more forgiving and consistently spiritual trip brought on by regular DMT, whether or not 5-MeO-DMT is going to be a glowing spiritual experience or an existential crisis was basically a coin flip. And that's a problem, because if you choose to inhale this stuff, it is reported that this trip could last up to 2 hours, which is 8 times longer than regular DMT's duration of roughly 15 minutes. And unlike most psychedelics, in which people usually report pleasant experiences when they use the drug with reverence and respect, 5-MeO-DMT doesn't care how nicely you treat it. And that sucks, because if you have a bad time, you could have a very bad time for up to 2 hours. Additionally, in my armchair psychologist opinion, I'd wager that a bad trip on 5-MeO-DMT is at least 10 times worse than a bad trip on regular DMT. To prove this point, I'm calling upon a popular website known to host trip reports. On this website, there's a category for bad trips. For context, with regular DMT, some titles of bad trip reports include First Breakthrough, Ego Loss and Bad Trip, Accelerating the Evil and Ego Death, A Cautionary Tale, Unprepared Liftoff into the Worst Case Scenario, and too much for a first time. Which, to be honest, pretty much sounds like you either took too much or experienced ego death, which is kind of a normie experience with psychedelics. Now, on the other hand, here are the titles.
Robot Chicken, hell yeah. Robot Chicken, that was some fun shit back in the day. What was the name of it? Let's see. An American stop-motion animated sketch comedy by Seth Green, Matthew Senrick, and for cartoons and nighttime programming from Adult Swim. Adult animation, sketch comedy, black comedy, surreal humor, parody, and satire. Yeah, man, those guys got into it. Seth Green done lots of stuff, brother. 20 episodes. Oh, I thought it was 20 this season. Oh, season 11. Robot Chicken. Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Man, that's the good old jams. That's the good old jams.
5-MeO DMT. Existential horror. Pure horror. Facing psychedelic terror. Unimaginable depths of terror. And I ended up praying to Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's not a super fun way to spend your Sunday afternoon. Honestly, as a word of caution, if you're prone to existential anxiety, I would shy away from any bad trip.
I ended up praying to Jesus Christ. What did I do? Please, Jesus, please.
About to die or actually dying while on the drug. Now, I don't know about you, but take
Wait, what? What is that? Hold on. What?
Actually dying while. Now, it seems like a common theme in these reports that people actually think that they're about to die or actually dying while on the drug. Now, I don't know about you, but taking a drug that makes me believe I'm actually dead, now my only friends are Casper the Ghost, the Grim Reaper, and Harambe, totally sounds like not. One reason for these reoccurring death themes and trips might be that 5-MeO DMT is one of the only psychedelics that has the actual capability to kill you. You see, usually psychedelics can't kill you unless you do something really dumb under the influence.
Right, well, right, but they're not killing you, you're killing them.
Most psychedelics, this drug has caused death in at least 2 cases, with the 3 major causes being, quote, suffocation after vomiting, lung shutting down, and cardiac arrest. One interesting trip report I found...
Probably scared the shit out of yourself till you die.
Enough how insanely weird, alien, and utterly cosmic this felt. Like I'd broken some type of rule that I'd
Dude, okay, so when
different universe of some type. If you ask me, 5-MeO DMT is nothing to mess with at all.
So when I was a youth, we had a sandbox in our backyard. I would play. There used to be these things called stompers. Stompers were, they took one AA battery and they were like trucks, 4-wheel. They had like the 4-wheel drive, so all 4 wheels spun, and like so I would dig tunnels in the sandbox and stuff. I would mix water with the sand to make compact, because it wasn't mud, it wasn't wet dirt. Wet sand is way different than wet dirt. Wet dirt turns into mucky mud, but playground sand doesn't turn into. It's like beach sand. It doesn't turn into muck. It turns into, you can compress it and make tunnels with it. For sure. I recall peeing in the sand. Why does my sand taste funny? Who is that black man peeing in my sandbox? Who is that Zimbabwean? Hey boy, stay out of my urine cakes. But yeah, so I would we'll look up stompers real quick, but I would make tunnels and tracks for my stompers, and then I would hit the on switch because you couldn't steer them. The only way you could make them turn was by making a berm, right? Have you ever had to boil your own pee to make water to drink? No, never had to do that. Distilled on. Never caught peeing in the sand. All right, we're gonna go on an adventure real quick. Let me turn on my camera on my phone. We won't be able to hear each other or anything. But hold on, let me see. Or I won't be able to read the. Yeah, we just drink it straight right out the tap. Me and Borchell. I'm thirsty. Zip. It's fresh and warm. All right, where was I at? Bang, 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 ba-dang, ba-dang, ding-a-ding, bang, ba-dang, blong, ding, dong. Son of a gun. All right, where am I at? Audio, Windows capture, full Droid cam, edit, 640 by 480, 56, refresh device list. Oh, it already, oh wow, it already works. Well, okay, where was I at? Okay. We're gonna put you down here. Put you down here. Put you down here. Why did it go low? Oh, stupid Richard. All right, let's go on an adventure. Hold on. Can I do it on the back side? On the back side. I'm going sideways. Sorry. I need to change camera. Back. Is that naked? Naked. That's all upside down. Look how dirty that camera is. All right, my bad. I gotta figure this all out before I do this. Okay, then let me turn. Actually, I'll make you guys see where I'm going, and then I'll turn the light on. All right, we're on our way. Ready? We're on our way. Okay, my bad. All right, let's go out. Interesting. I can't. Well, yeah, I had to go outside to. I had to go outside to. I left my building powered on. Powered on. Never mind. Yeah, so I was using my phone as an additional camera on my laptop, but I didn't have it set up to do audio. That's pretty cool, huh? You can use if you have an Android phone, you can use Droid Cam as a second camera for your stream to do cool stuff like I just did. But this next thing we're gonna do and break stuff. What up, DJ? We got any? Let me see what we've got going on here. Let me see. I'll check your hold on one second. Let me check your DJ. Bam. What okay, now we're live. Alright, cap cut. What is this?
Penis.
Penis. Alright, let me see. Alright, we come. Yeah. Is it this one you sent me the link to? Where am I? Oh, it's still loading. It's still loading. Yeah. Send it on the Discord. Uh-oh, CapCut's not opening. There we go. I'm so freaking awesome. That is so cool. Dang it, that's so triple-ated. That's so freaking cool. I love this shit, dude. Stuff. Robot chicken. Alright, let's get back to this while he looks that up.
I know what you might be thinking. What on earth do you mean by duster?
Oh, is that it already?
The nickname your elementary school bully gave you in 4th grade? A brush for dusting furniture? An American indie rock band from San Jose, California that was formed in 1996?
Alright,
okay,
let's load.
No, I mean air duster. Air duster is the one drug that I can't state this clearly enough you never want to use. And the reason is way more insidious than you may think. Duster kills your brain cells. By the way, air duster...
No way. Bam. That's freaking kick ass, dude. You do a lot of cool shit with this stuff, dude. That's so awesome. I freaking really need to. I don't got time to figure all that stuff out, so I'm gonna have you be my freaking edit master. What do you call 50 lesbians and 50 government employees in one room? 100 lesbians. Please tell me that's the answer. What was the answer? What's the answer? What's the answer? Was I right? Please tell me I was right. 100 people that don't do dick. Alright, I should have thought about it a little more. That's fucking awesome. Freaking awesome. 100 people that don't do
this. Actually considered a drug is because it's mostly a refrigerant, not air. And
yep,
because this gas is heavier than air, when most people are using it, their voice becomes very deep.
And my voice gets really low.
And sounds like a monster. Basically, when you inhale, the chemical replaces all of the oxygen in your lungs.
Displaces
carbon dioxide in the same way that regular air does. All the while, your body is getting tricked into thinking that it's inhaling oxygen because there's no carbon dioxide building up. This causes the user to get hypoxic, which is basically another word for painless brain suffocation. Essentially, duster makes you suffocate without your brain sending you into fight or flight mode.
Dude, okay, I watched a lot. I mean, I haven't seen AI Bigfoot yet, but I've seen the AI like black girl stuff. That shit's freaking crazy, dude. Send me a link. Send me a link. I can never find the right one. Send me a link of what you're talking about. Please wait.
Fun until you realize that every time you get high, you're giving yourself insane amounts of brain damage. This is because your brain can only bear around 2 to 5 minutes of hypoxia before your brain cells die permanently. To make things even worse, usually duster abusers will use this stuff for hours on end until they pass out. So
right, yeah, hours, right. That's freaking crazy too. Oh, where was I at? Boom, boom, boom. Come on, capricious cut. Oops, when I broke something. There we go. Oh, what is that? Oh, loading. Who's that? Is that you? Is that you, DJ? Who's that? Who are all these people? I can't see them. One more time. What AI Zimbabwe girl? The cha-cha slide. Probably. I just don't know what it is. Who is it? Friends of yours? That's such a cool effect. All right. It's my friend. Well, good. I'm glad your friends are helping you out. That's awesome. What AI Zimbabwe girl? Well, my AI Zimbabwe girl. I'm gonna play with my Zimbabwe girl. Me and my Zimbabwe girl. AI Zimbabwe girl. She's my
Instead of just
Zimbabwe.
minutes of killing their brain cells, they're doing it for hours a day. According to numerous anecdotal sources I've seen across online, this is one of the hardest drugs in the world to quit. I know this sounds ridiculous, but this is a reoccurring theme on this list. For example, in a post titled "My Story of Air Duster Addiction," one user on Reddit wrote about how addictive this stuff can really be. In this post, he writes about the first time he tried it. Quote, "One blast and I was done for. I felt like I needed to feel this way for the rest of my life. I cannot describe the euphoria." Then, according to his story, he went to rehab, but immediately after he got out, he relapsed, writing, "I got a job that I lost, but I received a paycheck for around $200, and it literally went on a ridiculous binge on Duster in my car in the Walmart parking lot. I easily huffed over 50 cans in a 48-hour period. I seriously couldn't stop." He ends the story with saying, quote, "This stuff will make a mess of you and will take you down faster than any hard drugs out there. This is not some kiddie drug. Like I've said, I've tried everything, and nothing is compared to the insane rush of euphoria you get from Duster. If you use Duster, even short lengths of abuse can cause permanent brain damage, serious memory problems, seizures, loss of IQ, a loss of one's ability to focus, confusion, a permanent loss of coordination, permanent slurred speech, and death." With that being said, the biggest reason to not use Duster is the fact that Walmart, of all things, would become your new drug dealer, which might be one of the lamest ways to die of all time.
It's actually the keyboard duster spray, like electronic. I'll show you. It's cans of electronics duster. Like get the dust out of your keyboard. Like get the dust out of like in between the keys of your keyboard. You know what I'm talking about? They call it canned air, but it's not air. It's refrigerant. Canned duster spray. This stuff. You see it? You've seen these everywhere. All these, yeah, they're just feather dusters, but it's got a like this is the most popular stuff right here. Dust Off from Walmart. This is what all the kiddies did. But what is it? Okay, so this one has a bitterant in it to discourage inhalant abuse. It says it contains dust removing power. Do you know about the drug in Africa that they use where they piss and shit into a bottle and then they put a balloon over it and then they let it ferment and then the balloon gas, they huff that, it makes them super high. It's called like Jizzit or something. Let me see if I can find it on them. But anyway, let's finish up about the Duster. What is it? It is it ain't saying what's in it. It says compressed air, but it's obviously not just air. Let me see if I can find it. It's not just compressed air. Yeah, dude. You never seen like they would spray it into your keyboard, and the thing is, if they used air will condense and it gets cold when you spray it. So it would put water on your electronics. So this evaporates very quickly, so it doesn't condense to make conductive water. It's non-conductive. So you can spray it into your electronics, get dust off of circuit boards to blow the dirt out of fans on laptops and stuff like that. Yeah, it's called Duster spray. Electronics Duster. Top quality. But this is a top quality glass cleaner and removes fingerprints. Yeah, Dust Off. Ultra Duster. Oh, this is industrial strength. They know what they're doing. Industrial strength. Ozone safe. Safety and data sheet. Contains a bitterant additive that discourages a potential abuse and misusage of product by making it unpleasant to inhale. More details. So they don't tell you what's in it. We say, let's just go look it up. I'm probably gonna say something. What's the? There you go. It's tetrafluoroethane. Tetrafluoroethane, and so yeah, it evaporates really quick. Farts don't expire. Oh no, dude, they don't expire. They don't expire. Oh, but let's look up the African Zimbabwe. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, Borchell, with the African kids are huffing the fart gas. It starts with a J on it. Let's look it up. Fermented poop and pee put into a bottle covered with a balloon. GenChem. GenChem is a inhalant hallucinogen by fermenting human waste in a sealed container. The process involves placing fecal matter and urine in a bottle, covering it with a balloon, and allowing it to ferment by placing it in a warm environment like in the sun. According to behavioral health, as the waste ferments, gas fills the balloon, which is then inhaled. It's from Zimbabwe, dude. There were reports of being used among Zambians, not Zimbabwe, from Zambia. Sorry, my bad. Zambian street children in the 1990s. The validity widespread GenChem use in the United States has been called into question, but some reports that the widespread American schools in 2007 were based on a hoax and faulty internet search. It's important to note that inhaling gases produced by fermenting waste such as hydrogen sulfide and methane can be extremely dangerous and lead to hypoxia and other harmful effects. The gas produced by fermentation also contains methane, which is, in summary, the described method of fermenting human waste in a bottle with a balloon is linked to an alleged drug, GenChem. The practice carries significant health risks, including potential for inhaling toxic gases and experiencing hallucinations. So that's crazy. Might as well do it on stream. My P stream. So I'm going to tell you something interesting. You're not interested? We'll have a party. Oh, dude, try Borchel's GenChem. Oh, try Space Cow's GenChem. You guys need to check my GenChem, dude. It's freaking trippy. I'm tripping balls. I'm tripping turds. I'm tripping turds. Where was I going with this? I'm tripping turds. Oh, God, it's disgusting. Can you imagine a hot baked fart? So imagine like whatever the frick we eat, you know, the wackadoodle chemistry we eat from like McDonald's cheeseburgers and wacky shit that they put in there. That's coming out in our poop. Now, whatever that's left in our poop, any pharmaceuticals that we take and all that, all is going to come out in our poop. So all that crazy shit. Oh, dude. Yeah. Can you imagine the smell? Borchell says, can you imagine police raids from that kind of party in Zambia? Dude, it would stink so bad. A bunch of kids running around huffing each other's fart balloons, running into the walls, popping the balloon. No! Dude, fart real quick. I'm losing my buzz. Yeah, I recall being arrested. Do you recall Central Park involved? But yeah, dude, that would be there should be a film. There should be a film. We gotta do a YouTube video of. We gotta make GenChem a little more well known, and then do a GenChem party raid. Like kids with big ass balloons, like running from the cops, but they like run into the wall and pop the balloon, and it like leaves like a big shit splatter. I guess. That would be freaking hilarious. Now go viral. That's crazy.
On a big forum called Do You Know Anyone Who Permanently Fried Their Brain from Drugs? To nobody's surprise, Duster and inhalants in general was the most commonly mentioned drug in the replies. And that's because most drugs don't kill your brain matter. Many of them will change your brain's chemistry, but in most cases, your brain can make a full recovery over a long enough period of time. But this is not the case with Duster. In response to this question, one person in this thread wrote, I worked at a movie theater, had a coworker who was above average intelligence. He got into inhaling air cans. After 3 months, he was pretty much the dumbest person I ever knew. He didn't make much sense and he thought everything was so funny. Another user wrote about their dust experience, and I think it's safe to say that this stuff is definitely no joke. According to the poster, they, quote, probably inhaled dust off 3 to 10 times a day for 2 years. Then they talk about when they finally quit it. Quote, by the time I stopped, I could not understand language much. I couldn't understand the concept of family or why anything worked how it was supposed to work. Sometimes I read and words suddenly looked like foreign shapes to me, and I can't decode them in my head. I'm lucky I'm not like that to this day.
Wow.
Imagine being able to build anything.
That's freaking nuttier than squirrel turds.
Don't take this drug if you value your life. All in all, I'd wager even the most hardcore drug nerds out there haven't heard of at least one of the chemicals I mentioned on this list. But if not, don't worry, because this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, jeez.
Summarized, some key takeaways are, don't use 5-MeO-DMT unless you want to buy a 2-hour timeshare in the shadow realm. If your guy from high school who took way too much interest in organic chemistry tells you he has some super salvia, don't take it. If a silly looking guy with a blank stare starts eyeballing the air duster in your shopping cart at Walmart, don't give it to him. Don't ever take black market MDMA at a rave because it might cause an endless depression. And don't listen to anyone that says using bath salts is a good idea.
Oh, I can't imagine that. I want to know how I want to know how I've never heard about stuff. I was in the art and music and movie space, and I've heard a lot with cocaine for days. People would have it no problem everywhere, like no problem, like heroin for days, alcohol for days, freaking MDMA for days, actually but like these crazy like bath salts shit you could get at the grocery store, shit you could get at your local gas station. I've never heard of that shit. I mean, maybe it was just my age range when they were popular. It said like 2007 or something like that. So that was, 18 years ago. So I would have been 30. Yeah, maybe. She took the midnight train and run it anywhere. She took the midnight train rolling anywhere.
Especially if it feels
just a city boy.
These videos are a product of me venturing down hundreds of rabbit holes on the craziest drug forums and websites I could find. EA3167. No, not EA Sports. It's in the game. EA3167. Close it. What happens when you create some type of mad scientist coalition of some of the best chemical engineers and scientists in the world, paired with billions of dollars in backing from the United States military budget?
Way.
Well, you get a chemical weapon that's so brutal even Darth Sidious would be impressed. This wartime designer drug, and I'm not even exaggerating, might be the most extreme non-lethal drug I have ever heard of. In all honesty, this atrocity of a chemical is so ungodly and eerie that it's inconceivable to me why this has even been created in the first place. Like, I can't even understand who would bother imagining such an unnecessary extreme compound to begin with. First, let's begin with some context. EA3167 is what would be known as a delirium.
What up,
If
fan?
you've ever seen a YouTube video on what it's like to take too much Benadryl, such as seeing shadow people and spiders everywhere, forgetting everyone you know, and not remembering how to read anymore, having hallucinations that you can't differentiate from real life, and sometimes forgetting language entirely, the effects of these large Benadryl doses happen because it's a delirium drug. In general, Benadryl is effective at treating allergies, fever, and flu-like symptoms. But as many of you know, in high doses, Benadryl starts to get super unpleasant, to put it mildly. This is because in high doses, Benadryl is what we call an anticholinergic. Or, in non-nerd terms, it makes your memory about 80 times worse than Joe Biden's. Right, but why is Benadryl anticholinergic? Well, because Benadryl was released for prescription in 1946, which means
check it out, man. It's crazy. Do you recall the devil going down in Georgia? Devil going down in Georgia. I'm gonna eat my bill.
The fact that it crossed the blood-brain barrier to begin with. They were probably like, why does that matter? It's not like anybody over the age of 8 is gonna take a bunch of allergy pills to get high off of. Actually, that's exactly what happened. But like I said,
to get high off of Andrews the bitch.
Other designer deliriants like EA3167 happen to cross the blood-brain barrier, which blocks your brain's ability to use acetylcholine, which is really bad.
Energy.
Because acetylcholine helps regulate things like sleep, wakefulness, memory,
right.
and
That's
focus.
what caffeine blocks that and make you stay awake.
Going insane. And from everybody else's perspective, you just look like an idiot. You'll try to walk into doors that aren't there, talk to invisible people that aren't even around you, run from invisible spiders and shadow people, and most likely try to.
I'll check it. I was probably the one streaming was
get so pissed off that you punch the imaginary spider on your screen. However, let me be clear: Benadryl is not fun.
I've only got in North Dakota.
Doses recreationally end up being traumatized at some point in long.
In North Dakota, it's 11 p.m. Yeah, it's 12. It's 12 p.m. here, so you're an hour.
Come to your own conclusion. Now that we have a better understanding.
All right, let me check it out. Let me check it. Check it. Where's my jam llama? Where my girl at? Let me just check my Huja bomb. After this factory, I guess. Finlay. Damn, that was 12 hours ago, Finley. What is that?
Dude, so I was going to record a video last night, and I saw this.
What? Hey, there I am. That's me. Awesome. Congratulations. Thank you, Finlater.
Dude, so I was going to...
Thank you, Finlater. That's so awesome. I'm getting popular. The kids are gonna like me. Let's see. Andrew's the bitch. But Andrews, you're in North Dakota, right? Is that what you said? I think. In North Dakota.
Question for this list. In the 1960s, the US government had a new goal, and that was to make bioweapons that didn't necessarily kill people, but incapacitated them for days. This program was known as the US Military Chemical Weapons Program. And one interesting result of this program was a contract with Edgewood Arsenal, who eventually developed the psychological war.
Edgewood Arsenal.
EA316 has the exact same effects as 3QNB,
okay.
but it lasts way longer.
There are so many comments.
Okay. All right. So there's EA316. What do you think happened to EA315, 314, 313, 312, 301, EA110, EA1? What do you think all those other compounds did? You know, if they make hundreds of these different compounds, there's some that'll freaking make you talk to your butthole for 17 years or something crazy. Missing. Go. I broke something.
EVE Online is a vast...
And unlike 3QNB, which was just accidentally discovered, EA3167 was purposely developed.
3167.
In both of these drugs, the effect is simple. It incapacitates your brain's ability to use acetylcholine, which, like I said earlier, is essential for memory and not going insane. If somebody wants to get you to do this stuff, they probably will. It's a white, crystalline, odorless powder, completely soluble in most liquids, including water. It has delayed symptoms several hours after contact. It also has a half-life of 3 to 4 weeks in moist air, which means that your enemy could spike your food with it and wait weeks until you eat it. It also lasts a really long time in soil. If you happen to get drugged with this stuff, you're basically going to lose your mind. According to official sources, common symptoms include both, quote, psychological and physiological effects, with the most incapacitating effect being the state of delirium characterized by cognitive dysfunction, hallucinations, and the inability to perform basic tasks. What's crazy about 3QNB is that the US military designed a specific cluster bomb called the M44 generator cluster, which basically sent a bunch of flying gas canisters down on your enemy, creating a visible white cloud of doom. And if you got caught in it, you would become incapacitated anywhere from a couple hours to a couple of days. But that was just phase 1 of this drug. The final supervillain form of this drug, EA3167, was basically what you would call super Benadryl, because if Benadryl turns you into a vegetable, this stuff turns you into bedrock. Ingesting
I would have said a salad.
Will give you a bad Benadryl-like trip.
That's
only
crazy.
0.2 milligrams for an average weight person, and it lasts anywhere from 5 to 10 days, with many users saying they needed 20 days to fully recover. So basically, it's akin to a 10 to 20 day long Benadryl overdose. Or in other words, it's actually like going clinically insane for at least 10 days, not remembering how to speak, how to walk, how to read, what the layout of your house was, or anything else really. Considering military leaders were planning on drugging enemies with this stuff from a...
You know what? I wonder if this is Alzheimer's, if this is dementia, if old people just start getting like something like this. They build it up and build it up until you get to the age when this happens. This basically sounds exactly like what dementia is. You don't know your...
handshake. If you were incapacitated by EA3167, you would probably believe that you had permanently lost your mind. And the worst part is, you would have no idea what was wrong with you. Also, because acetylcholine is the most important neurotransmitter for REM sleep, your brain would get very confused and no longer be able to tell the difference between reality and dream. In fact, this is why your hallucinations are so strong on anticholinergic drugs. They simply put your brain into a REM-like sleep state while you're still awake. So what you see and what's actually real become indistinguishable in the worst ways possible. And because of this, in my opinion, that's what makes this one of the cruelest chemical warfare drugs ever invented. But wait, it gets worse. Because for some cruel reason, the US military thought it was a bright idea to test this drug on human subjects. And sadly, some people simply never recovered from the terror of losing their loving mind for 10 to 20 days. For example, one source states, quote, even 6 months after exposure, a few subjects demonstrated significant increases in the scores of depression, hysteria, schizophrenia, and mania scales. In other words, if you got drugged with this stuff, it's a pretty good chance that you'll never be the same. And even worse is you might permanently lose your mind. Okay, really quickly, I actually wanted to break the fourth wall. I know you guys enjoy watching these videos, so I wanted to kind of take you behind the scenes and show you quickly. I felt like the best way to show you is exposing one of the biggest tools that's helped me, and that tool is Notion, which just so happens to be the sponsor of this video. And in this segment, I want to quickly show you some of my favorite parts about Notion, and also some of the and improved features. On Notion, you can create any
when was this done?
And as you can
6
see,
months
I've
ago.
lovingly named mine the Trust Me Broshin Notion. On
The
Notion,
Broshin Notion?
what I want to show you quickly is my exact tool.
But yeah, this is absolutely crazy. You know, it's like it could do imagine not being able to tell if you're asleep or awake, but not being able to sleep.
Transparency, this is a dummy account that I quickly made.
That's crazy.
I do use Notion, but I don't want to fully expose my back end, if you catch my drift.
Your back end.
Notion is an extremely easy tool to track your monthly budget. Imagine all of the tools available in other software suites online in one place in an easy-to-use and nice-to-look-at format. That's basically Notion. This may look like a simple spreadsheet, but trust me when there's so much more that you can do with it specifically. Another thing that I do is track my
believe him.
Let me add a few actions. Sometimes do that. Other people feel and school. So, just like sleep.
What is he talking about?
It's a pretty cool model. Lets you add both images and prompts.
What are we talking about?
An image.
Going from an ad to an ad.
But what not everybody knows is what niche internet communities use it for, which I'll be getting into. But first, let's talk about how galantamine works. Remember the chemical weapon we were just talking about? Well, this chemical is actually the exact opposite. Galantamine is what you would call galantamine, which basically means that it increases acetylcholine in your brain, which in turn improves your memory, wakefulness, and focus. So unlike anticholinergics, it makes you the opposite of a vegetable. So, a fruit? This is really helpful for people with Alzheimer's, but it also has another even crazier use. Like I mentioned earlier, acetylcholine is a super important neurotransmitter for REM sleep. Well, because of the effects these drugs have on your cholinergic system, Benadryl makes you asleep when you're awake. And by asleep, I mean a waking nightmare. But cholinergic drugs like galantamine make you awake when you're asleep. And because of this quality, people on the internet have figured out that if you go to sleep and then set an alarm 4 to 6 hours after you fall asleep to catch yourself in the middle of a REM cycle, take 4 to 8 milligrams of galantamine, and then quickly go back to sleep before the galantamine kicks in, the galantamine will take effect on your brain while you're in the dream, which will give you about a 50% higher chance of lucid dreaming. And if you don't know what lucid dreaming is, it's basically realizing that you're in a dream and pretty much doing whatever you want. Flying, gaining superpowers, or even walking around the corner and hoping that your brain will make your celebrity crush appear. And considering it makes your memory and focus better, most people that have tried this method for lucid dreaming say that the galantamine makes their dreams feel like they're dreaming in 4K. Basically, used during the daytime, galantamine is a mild limitless pill, and used during the nighttime, it's like the red pill from the Matrix. Interestingly, this chemical being used for lucid dreaming has also been studied, and one study called pre-sleep treatment with galantamine stimulates lucid dreaming concludes that, quote, the percentage of participants who reported a lucid dream was significantly increased for both 4 milligrams and 8 milligram doses of galantamine. But this isn't really deep enough for a video titled 5 Crazy Drugs You've Never Heard of. So I want to go a level deeper. There are actually
hold on. What are you talking about?
Designed stacks of nootropics, which
Alright, galantamine. Galantamine is a medication used to treat acetylcholine esterase inhibitor. It works by increasing the amount of natural substance called acetylcholine in the brain, which is crucial for memory and thought. Galantamine is also an allosteric potentiating ligand at the nicotine acetylcholine. Okay, so it also there's a huge thing talking about how nicotine can be helpful with nicotine can be helpful with Alzheimer's and Parkinson's and stuff like that. And so this boosts the amount of nicotine in your body and acetylcholine, which is kind of cool. You guys are like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? I think I'm going to get some and give it a try. More important, essential code. Yeah. It's essential to contact your doctor, consult your doctor before starting or stopping it. We'll see. Galantamine, racidine, oral, 16 milligrams a day. So they're saying take a hell of a lot less than that. Let's see. Let's go back here.
Which are basically just legal supplements that affect your brain's functionality in order to get the clearest, most vivid, and long-lasting dreams imaginable. I honestly don't know what to call these people, because they're not exactly psychonauts, but at the same time, they're still using drugs to explore the deepest depths of their subconscious. So I guess they're somewhere in between. According to some of these shaman-like dream gurus who I've talked to, apparently one of the wildest activities to do in a lucid dream isn't any of the crazy stuff you would imagine, like fighting your mortal enemy with superpowers, shape-shifting, or flying. Apparently, it's just meditating. Now, I know this sounds crazy, but these
I assume you're joking. My serious can't watch. What are you talking about? What did I say? Slowly committing suicide. Yeah, I definitely would have been joking. I'm not talking about. Absolutely, I'm not talking about taking that or anything. Are you freaking crazy? I ain't got Alzheimer's. I was just looking at you. You said you might. Buy some nicotine. No, hold on. So let's talk about this real quick. First of all, I do have nicotine. This is straight up just nicotine. But I want to show you something, Finley. I'm not talking about tobacco. Okay, let's learn something here. Nicotine cures for. Nicotine cures for Alzheimer's. Okay, so if you start looking here, there's nicotine treatments for Alzheimer's, for Parkinson's disease, for asthma, and a bunch of other things. The reason tobacco leaf was so popular back in the day was because it helped people. It was a medicine, but they turned it into bullshit like cigarettes to try to make money off of it. But it's been an herb for thousands of years. The nicotine in there is very helpful, but the way you get the nicotine by smoking or chewing tobacco is not very good. This is zero tobacco. It's 100% pure. There's no, and just there's no color or anything to that. So that's all it is a hunk of paper that has just nicotine in there. And I don't take them every day. I take them with, if I have a really bad headache, like a migraine, I'll take one of these with a big glass of water and a pill of salt. But yeah, no. Nicotine's not bad for you. Nicotine's very good for you in many, many ways. Let's look into it. I understand. I didn't want to scare you. But it's the tars and bullshit that they add to make cigarettes that really messes you up. Because it's not just tobacco in there. They add 3,000 chemicals mixed together to make a cigarette. That's why non-American cigars are so popular, like Cuban cigars, because they're just the best tobaccos. And other places around the world shred and make teas and stuff. It's very curing. There's a lot of parasites that can be crawling around in our body, and nicotine is one of the best anti-parasitics to get bad parasites out of our body. But yeah, no. I'm not going to be chewing tobacco or smoking cigarettes. No, nothing like that. Yeah, that will kill you because it's this. Yeah, but hold on. Let's look into it for a second. Okay. Nicotine and Parkinson's disease. Damn it. Nicotine and Parkinson's disease.
While epidemiological studies suggest a link between nicotine and a reduced risk of Parkinson's disease.
That's right. So, and I don't mean to change the subject, but I tagged you in. Okay, I just wanted to show you right now. I'm not gonna. But my point here is to live as long as possible. So no, I'm not trying to kill myself at all. So, but also there's a lot of misinformation. They want us to be sick because the pharmaceutical industry that runs the advertising industry, they want us sick, so we constantly go back. Love you, girl. I love you. Okay, let's go. Let's check it out. Check it out. I just popped up. Oh. Oh boy, what flavor? Pie. Oh boy, what flavor? She baked me a pie. Oh boy, what flavor? Pie. Oh, my bad. But yeah, nicotine.
They look at the
it was meant to be what you show.
I listen to the random characters in their dreams having in-depth conversations.
You did good, thank you, girl.
The awareness that they are in during these lucid dreams is more than the awareness they experience in their waking life. Colors are bright and vivid, like how they used to look when we were kids. And every other sense, such as smell, touch, and taste, is in HD. Some people theorize that this is because the brain experiences different brainwaves or states of consciousness.
Memes, edits, and educational stuff.
For example, REM sleep is a state in which you dream.
Thank you.
So basically, being aware in a dream is different from being aware in real life, because once you become aware in your dream,
oh my god, what up? What you got?
Which would typically take years of practice to achieve regularly. In fact, many cultures throughout history have practiced this dream enhancement with various substances long before galantamine was ever invented. For example, Tibetan monks have been practicing dream yoga as a meditation technique for hundreds of years. Similarly, African tribes have used something called the African dream root to induce lucid dreams as well. Finally,
what's African dream root? When the wind blows.
What it was like to use galantamine.
Every way the wind blows. When the wind blows. When the wind blows. Is that a fart? Are you talking? Is this ASD? ASDF? No, let's look it up. What are you looking up, yeah? What are you looking up? What are you looking up? What are you looking up? Yeah. When the wind blows. You talking about the video right there? That one? Is that what you're talking about? There's a bunch of them. Can you send me the link? Can you send me the link by any chance? There you go. There you go. There you go, girl. There it is. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about.
Quote, I set my alarm for 6 hours after I was going to wake up when I went to sleep. When I woke up, I took 4 milligrams of galantamine pills and 2 choline pills, downed some water, and went right back to sleep. After some time of tossing and turning, I decided to fall asleep on my stomach, like I usually do. And just as I was falling asleep, I suddenly felt pressure on my body, like someone put a very heavy blanket over me. I'm pretty sure this was sleep paralysis. Usually at this point, I have a hard time staying awake. But because the galantamine kicked in just in time, I felt vibrant and awake even though my body was now asleep. I stayed in my bed, simply observing this feeling. And then, in an instant, I suddenly realized my body had drifted out of my real life body. This is probably the coolest sensation I've ever experienced. Suddenly, anything I imagined was perfectly visible, as if I were looking at a 3D TV screen. Then, I imagined my fingers touching a familiar texture, and suddenly I was looking down and my hands were touching the object I had just imagined, and an expansive town constructed itself around me. Somehow, everything I could see, hear, smell, and touch was more vivid than I remembered real life to be. And upon my first attempt of flying, I was flying around this new city. I specifically remember where I was close to a cloud, looking down at the city, and I was just staring in disbelief at how realistic and accurate my dream was looking.
That's crazy. Lucid dreams. All right, let's see what you got here. I baked you a pie. What flavor? Pie. Oops, broke it. I baked you a pie. Oh, what fun.
Widespread danger from nuclear explosions is fallout. Fallout is dust that is sucked up from the ground by the explosion. Fallout can kill. You can protect yourself and your family. And later on, we will show you what steps to take.
What am I missing here? Oh, that's what happened. Sorry.
This is the cover for Raymond Briggs' graphic novel When the Wind Blows, and I think it's about as perfect as a cover can get. We see an elderly couple stood as though they are posing for a photograph, smiling and happy. But just behind them looms a mushroom cloud from a nuclear bomb, with white flames and black smoke, burning so hot that the window they're looking out of is melting.
Whoa.
But despite certain doom, still the couple are smiling. So, are they just very, very hopeful, or are they incredibly naive? Well, let's join this couple on the brink of nuclear war and take a look into the radioactive horrors of When the Wind Blows.
After all, it'll all be over in a flash.
Now, if you know about Raymond Briggs, you know he was kind of famous for creating these sweet, magical...
Wow. That's crazy.
So he came along and wrote this heartbreaking story of how innocents are affected by nuclear war. It was the last thing which many were expecting. If you were someone who liked The Snowman or any of his other stories, and you saw this, you'd be very surprised with how dark it gets. Now, even though When the Wind Blows was...
What are you doing to me, Finley?
Novel, it was later adapted into an animated film. And both are incredible in their own way. Most of the time, the film is essentially a word-for-word copy.
It's completely fictional.
Sometimes pretty strange changes that make the film stand out as its own masterpiece.
Come back, you stupid bitch, and get in the shelter!
Very quickly, you realise this isn't your average animated movie. Because, well, for one, it doesn't open to animation. When you press play, you might be caught off guard for a second. As we see real life
when it goes nuclear, it goes
in the streets of 1980s
this is
Britain,
Pink Floyd looking stuff.
of incoming nuclear war. So, what's going on? Have I put in the wrong movie? Well, no. The sleazy DVD salesman behind the pub has in fact not ripped you off. When the Wind Blows is multimedia, meaning some things are 2D animated like the characters and the landscape, some things are 3D stop-motion models like the house and the objects within, and some moments like the opening use real-life footage. It's a way of reminding you that even though this is an animation and at the end of the day a fictional story, stuff like this has happened and very
fictional story.
Could happen. Nuclear war is a very real threat.
Nuclear.
So when the wind blows,
Wind everywhere.
Foot in reality. It doesn't let you get lost in the fantasy of 2D animation for too long. This opening footage is dark and grainy. Things are far from calm, as the low rumbling of engines seamlessly transitions to a song from the late, great David Bowie.
Oh, that's it?
When the Wind
Whatever.
Blows. That's the name of the movie. A song made specifically for this film. And this song perfectly
David Bowie?
the story which is about to take place. It's a song about hope in times of hardship, from the perspective of a loved one who's passed away.
Yeah, that sounds like a freaking crazy thing. I'm gonna watch that depressing ass shit. Freaking crazy ass Finley.
Everything I touched had an accurate texture. What's more is that any music I imagined synthesized right in my dream. For a moment, I felt like Hans Zimmer, orchestrating an entire original composition that sounded even better and more out of this world than anything I've ever heard in my life. What felt like 2 hours from me exploring the city went by, and at a certain time I began to get worried. It felt like my brain had notified me that I should have woken up.
Oh, jeez.
But I remembered that the galantamine was probably causing a dream lasting longer than it would naturally. Shortly after this, I promptly
It looks
woke up.
scary.
I looked at my clock and only 30 minutes have gone by. That was the longest dream I've ever had. Because I wanted to mix things up, this is one of the only drugs on the list that isn't necessarily an instant death and horror drug. It's a bit different. But with that being said, I do not in any way, shape, or form condone using
Don't do drugs, kids.
drugs recreationally. But the science and story behind it is interesting. Fluvaseline. For the sake of simplicity, we'll just call this drug Flubro. This drug falls under a category of drugs known
Bromine,
as
chlorine.
benzodiazepines, which is pretty much just a fancy word for research chemical benzos. And
Yeah,
that is one of the
benzodiazepines.
strongest benzodiazepines in the
Scary.
world.
I like scary
It has a
things.
half-life of 50 to 20 hours, which means that if someone using this drug takes even
Right.
a tiny
Yeah.
bit too much,
Yeah.
they're pretty much guaranteed.
That's you probably don't want to be watching scary stuff and go to bed. You wake up, I'm beating the bed, I'm freaking sick.
Guaranteed to spend the next day or two blacked out. And I'm not talking about blacked out as in sleepwalking around like a confused Xanthi not remembering anything you did yesterday. I'm talking about going into a straight up hibernation for 48 hours. And in fact, now that I think about it, a good way to put this drug would be Xanax on steroids.
Wow.
Research chemicals are so strong that most of the time, even the most seasoned research chemical enthusiasts steer far away from this stuff. To give you some perspective on how crazy this drug is, I want to talk about how extreme regular benzos are. One good example of this is a Joe Rogan episode where Jordan Peterson explains how severe his benzo addiction was.
Right.
He recounts how his doctor prescribed him Xanax in 2019 because he couldn't sleep. He started taking them without thinking too much about it. Then, in 2022, he attempted to get off of them for the first time, which caused him neurological damage and gave him severe withdrawals. In this episode, Joe Rogan also talks about how a doctor told him that Xanax was one of the hardest drugs to get off.
Would it be a bad idea if you use our credit card to pay for your marketing? Actually, it is a shark from the TV show Shark.
Shut up.
Off of, and how it can turn an everyday person into a severely dependent addict in a
Wow.
matter of weeks.
Wow.
Joe also goes on to tell him about another doctor that told him that there are only 2 drugs that can kill you if you get off of them.
Alcohol.
Those being alcohol and benzodiazepines. It's crazy to think that these drugs can literally kill you if you stop taking them.
Crazy.
Regardless, after Dr. Peterson undertook months of unsuccessful treatment in American hospitals in an attempt to slowly wean himself off the drug, he finally had to go to a hospital in Russia and undergo a medically induced coma for 8 days just to deal with the withdrawals of Xanax. When talking about Xanax withdrawal, Peterson says trying to get off of them was the lowest point in his life.
Wow.
So, just to put this all into perspective, let me present you with one user I found on a popular Swedish drug forum who talks about how Flubro withdrawal is at least 10 times worse than Xanax. He states
Jesus,
that,
help
quote, in
us.
just 1 week on these, at 1 tablet a day, I got the strongest withdrawals imaginable. If you thought Xanax was bad, Flubro is at least 10 times worse. So if you think quitting nicotine is hard, imagine a withdrawal that's 10 times worse than one that required an 8-day coma to escape from. Users on this forum also go on to describe the withdrawals in more detail. Quote,
Crazy.
When you're withdrawing from Flubro, you can just forget about sleep if you don't have any other strong medicines. I had to get more Flubro again after being sleepless for 3 nights. The worst part was my body and mind felt exhausted, like I wanted to sleep, but it just felt like something was wrong. Like there was something preventing me from falling
Wow.
asleep. This user then states, quote, I've been on benzos for 15 years, but 1 week of Flubro is literally costing me my life.
Wow.
This substance is absolutely not to be played with. Then another user commented, quote, I've been on benzos for 10 years. I got such an extreme withdrawal from these that I was borderline psychotic.
Jeez.
The withdrawals were
Yeah,
so
don't
bad
do
that ever
drugs.
since that withdrawal, I decided to stop taking benzos forever, and I am currently tapering off them now. We all know Xanax addiction can make you spend months of your life essentially blacked out, not remembering anything.
Lord.
But because of Flubro's ridiculously long half-life, month-long blackouts on this drug are on a completely different level. To demonstrate what I mean, on a benzo drug forum, one user states, quote, Flubro blacked me out for literally months
That's
at a time. As a
crazy.
user, you know all of the consequences that come with benzos, getting fired, crashing your car, and spending money that you don't have. Now, crank that up exponentially, and you know the withdrawals you get? Those get cranked up too.
Only
I
two
tried
what?
to withdraw at
2
home,
more
and I had
what?
2 weeks of
2
wasting
more
away
what?
before my mind snapped.
Okay,
and
okay, I see it. It's
full-blown
okay.
psychosis
Yeah, it
and
don't matter.
woke up
Keep
in
doing it. I
details.
don't mind.
I am not messing around with you when I say that this will
I don't mind. I don't mind. Oh, what I miss?
It's time for you to go to bed. But Mom, I'm live streaming. I don't care. Get your butt cheeks in bed right now. No. It's time for you to go to bed. But Mom, I'm live streaming. I don't care. Get your butt cheeks in bed right now.
Mom! I love this stuff.
will ruin your life. And I'm not your mother, so I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I'm just telling you what's going to happen. It's turning yourself into an evil zombie and pain will follow. So yeah, benzos alone are scary enough, but these research benzos are on a different level of terrifying. MPTP. In my last video, we talked about 4-CMA, which infamously kills your serotonin neurons. Well, in this video, we're going to talk about another neurotoxic drug that's possibly worse, MPTP. Like many of the chemicals on this list, this is a research chemical, which means that it was developed in lab and doesn't have enough historic testing and research to be considered reliable or safe. What's interesting about MPTP is that it's usually created as an accidental byproduct when trying to synthesize another research chemical known as MPPP. In 1976, a 23-year-old chemistry graduate named Barry Kidston was doing just that. Because MPPP gave similar effects to morphine, Kidston was producing it in a lab for personal consumption.
Right. Oh no, for personal consumption, and then he made the wackadoos
Nobody knew at the time, however, was that when you synthesize MPPP, it comes with the risk of being contaminated by MPTP as a byproduct. Interestingly, MPTP isn't neurotoxic on its own, but it is the chemical precursor to MPP+. Once MPTP enters the blood-brain barrier, your brain turns it into MPP+, which is a potent neurotoxin that is guaranteed to kill your dopamine neurons permanently. So, without knowing any of this, Barry Kidston synthesized his MPPP in a lab, and when he was ready, he injected it into himself. Sources say that within 3 days, Barry had developed Parkinson's. He was treated with another dopamine precursor known as L-Dopa, but unfortunately he died from a cocaine overdose just a year later. Some people speculate that Kidston might have been taking cocaine to self-medicate his
Right, he was trying to boost it.
Scary is this isn't the only case.
Wow, cocaine overdose. I thought it took like a lot of cocaine to overdose from. How much cocaine to overdose the average 150-pound man? It says 1.2 grams. Man, that's a lot. Some if you're hypersensitive, they tend to use increase their ghost more. The intensity of effects, blah blah blah. Cover up symptoms. Cover the body. Wow, that's a lot. That's crazy. Wow, he messed himself up.
4 people in Santa Clara County, California, United States, were diagnosed with Parkinson's after having used MPPP contaminated with MPTP, and as many as 120 more were reported to have been diagnosed with Parkinson's symptoms. All in all, this is a terrible drug, and just like 4-CMA, it was never really intended to be taken, but it still ended up being accidentally consumed anyway. I can't decide whether destroying your dopamine-producing neurons or your serotonin-producing neurons is worse. Either way, taking MPPP is a horrible idea, considering the risk that it will turn into.
Could you imagine?
And from that will almost guarantee you get Parkinson's. Not many drugs that I've found have such strong, lifelong effects. I don't think I need to go into much more detail about what makes this chemical absolutely terrifying. No matter what you do, never even think about touching 4-CMA or MPT or MPPP or any research chemical or anything at all. Don't drink water. At this point, I'm basically terrified of everything because these drugs are insane. But we still have one more, and it's the craziest I've touched on by far. DPT. DPT is a drug that is generally just a bad deal to agree to. If you happen to have a good trip, most trip reports will just say it will be alright. But if you happen to have a bad trip, which is more of a rule than an exception with this chemical, most people agree that it's the worst psychedelic experience they've ever had. In the last drug video, part 1, I said that 5-MeO-DMT was basically DMT's mysterious grandfather. And that's true, but what I didn't tell you is that 5-MeO-DMT was just scratching the surface of DMT analogs. And this form of DMT, DPT, is more akin to the ghost that haunts DMT's mysterious grandfather. This is the next level down the DMT iceberg.
Finley mentioned me in a short.
Now, let's make one thing clear. DPT is not natural. It has never been found in any toad venom, any tree bark, or anywhere in the known universe thus far. And in my opinion, God was probably face-palming hard when he saw humans first make this stuff. That's probably because if you take a high enough dose, your trip can last up to 12 hours. You see, when you make a psychedelic drug in a lab, and it's nowhere to be found in nature, all of those hippie arguments of, it's just a plant, bro, made by the guy who looks like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo wearing a weed-scented tie-dye carpet he bought at the Dollar General, just goes out the window. Another interesting fact about this cursed drug is that an entire cult was created around it. I'm serious. If we're being honest, you know the drug is insane when people think this drug is God. And I'm not joking, that's literally what happened. This cult is called the Temple of the True Inner Light. and the actual temple is unsurprisingly based in New York City. And if you think this sounds like some type of crazy science fiction plot, you wouldn't be wrong. It's weird because everyone talks about Scientology in LA, but somehow an NYC cult temple that worships a synthesized research chemical variant of DMT that can't even be found in nature just slips under the radar. Anyways, on their website, which is kind of hard to find, they go into detail about what they actually believe. Quote, "It is our belief that the origin of religion and spiritual awakening is the ingestion of psychedelics. In other words, the original followers of every true religion, such as Buddhism, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, believe that psychedelics are the embodiment of God. This was and is the God of the ancient prophets and messengers. And this is the light spoken of in scriptures and sacred texts. What's even crazier is that they smoke DPT in oil form, and they even have their own religious text referring to their God as oil. For example, on their website, they have one of their own scriptures that says, quote, 'I am writing to you about those who would deceive you, but the oil you received from him remains within you, and you really need no teaching from anyone. Simply remain in him. For this oil teaches you about everything, and is true, and is no lie. Remain in him, as his oil has taught you to do.'" Needless to say, I wonder if this cult would accept Joe Rogan into it. I know we've talked about Joe Rogan a lot.
That's
Here's
crazy.
Joe Rogan entering this cult for the first time. "Welcome, brother. We have awaited you."
Jamie, pull up that video of that bear smoking DMT. Also, pull up a Trust Me Bro video, please.
And that's totally real and definitely happened. Another weird thing about the temple's website is that they just take passages from the Bible and then just kind of add stuff to it. For example, their website features, quote, 1 St. John's 2:26. But I don't really know what saint is supposed to mean in this instance.
Right.
Also, what their website says is notably different from the original scripture, with the original scripture saying, "I am writing these things to you about those who are trying to lead you astray." And this website's version of the scripture is, quote, "Salvation does not come from the darkness. Alcohol, cocaine, morphine, dishonesty, violence. Our Eucharist is DPT, a very powerful angel of a host, closely related to psilocybin." In my opinion, the biggest problem with this cult's claims is that DPT doesn't even occur in nature, and it also fails to be molecularly similar to psilocybin like they claimed in that verse. Alright, enough about the cult, which to me is one of the most insane parts about this drug, but what is the drug itself actually like? Well, the general consensus on the internet is that this drug is just, for lack of better words, eerie. And it's also one of the first drugs I've ever found that even experienced psychedelic users have been wary of. So, in other words, using this drug would feel exactly like how you would expect using a cult drug to feel like, with many users reporting dark spiritual experiences being associated with this chemical. For example, one Reddit post I found on the substance goes into detail about why it was the worst trip they ever had. This Redditor started by saying, quote, "So the other day I broke out some DPT and took around 50 milligrams. I have plenty of psychedelic experience consisting of high doses of the following: DMT, LSD, mushrooms, MDA, DMX, 4-HOMET, and some other things I'm sure I've forgotten. But even my worst trips don't even touch DPT. Nothing gets close to what I just experienced, and it was possibly the worst psychedelic experience I've ever had." He then goes on to say, quote, "This is the weirdest, eeriest, and strangest, most intense chemical I have ever ingested. At first, it felt pretty good, and the visuals were quite enjoyable. But about 15 minutes after dosing, something became very off. It felt as if something had entered my body, and I was no longer in control whatsoever. But in a different way than DMT. I didn't even feel that intoxicated, which was the weird and scary part. I just felt a complete loss of control." Then comes the craziest part, in my opinion. They go on to say, quote, "I had an extreme eerie feeling along with extreme disassociation and possibly even slight psychosis-like symptoms. This feels like a direct pathway to communications with evil spirits.
Jesus,
Many
help
people
us.
who follow the philosophy of naturalism believe that designer drugs are a connection to evil spirits because they aren't naturally occurring, and thus weren't meant for human consumption." I know this is a bit off topic, but I thought it was an interesting concept to keep in mind for this specific one. The Redditor goes on to say, quote, "The next night I also had extremely vivid, terrifying nightmares and sleep paralysis. During sleep paralysis, a tall, black entity had quite literally
that's
tormented
demons.
me until I fell back into my dream, then continued to do so in my nightmare. I usually do not have experiences like this, and I also never have had sleep paralysis."
Yeah,
If you found that story
that's
creepy,
demons.
Comments aren't any more comforting, with one user commenting, quote, "Some people are sensitive to spiritual attacks. In this materialistic, spiritually closed-minded civilization we live in, everything is just reduced to chemicals,
Right.
states of mind, or psychologicalized, or written off in another way. The
Right.
spiritual world is just non-existent under that frame." And finally, one last claim I found about DPT was the following. Quote, "I've been taking DPT and it makes me feel possessed in a way. Almost like I'm the creepy dude in Hereditary. That sort of thing, I suppose. Just like I'm channeling something very intense that transcends humanity.
Augment Code is the best AI coding tool for professional software engineers.
Oh,
They spend
hush.
a lot of time and effort making a real-time index for your
This drug is one of the only drugs I've covered with its name being one of the risk factors. This drug goes by many nicknames. 2CB, pink coke, but there's no one word for it, and that's kind of fitting considering there's no one recipe for it either. Now, if 2CB
Recipe.
sounds anything similar to 2CB, you'd be correct, but these two drugs are nothing alike. 2CB is a psychedelic we may or may not touch on later, but 2C or 2CB is not a psychedelic whatsoever, and is typically a concoction of various stimulants, opioids, amphetamines, and other things that should never be mixed together.
Man, that's
especially
crazy.
with alcohol, which was unfortunately common, which
Did he?
we'll get to. But don't worry, it's typically dyed pink, so it's gotta be fine, right? No. If you watched my last video about rich people with strange hobbies, you would have heard me discuss Sean Diddy Combs and
Yeah.
his extremely deplorable actions. And if you've been following that story closely, then you may have actually heard of this drug I'm currently talking about. Why? Well, because 2C or pink cocaine is something that Sean Combs was reported to have used to lace the alcohol provided at his Diddy parties. Why? Because this concoction of drugs was almost always guaranteed to either render you unconscious or put you in such a vulnerable state of delirium that, unfortunately, you were easily taken advantage of, and in most cases, didn't even fully remember what happened. Focusing back in on this drug, what exactly is it, and where did it come from? According to my research, 2C was created by a man named Alejo 2C in Colombia.
No
Originally,
way.
2C was a combination of ketamine with other drugs, typically party drugs like MDMA or methamphetamine. According to some users on a drug forum, 2C is the drug of choice for many people in South America, let alone Colombia. But as the drug gained popularity and spread further out of South America, the recipe changed rather dramatically, essentially making the drug some sort of chemistry-themed game of telephone. It seems that the brand name got popular and everybody wanted to cash in, but they didn't know the recipe, so they just kind of made it up. And that's what makes this drug extremely dangerous, on top of the obvious element of taking illegal illicit substances. Just think about it. 5 people who have taken 2C could be discussing their experiences together, but all be talking about extremely
different
concoctions that they took, which makes this dangerous because if you don't know what you're taking, which unless you test it is the case for this substance, the way that it affects your body is going to change significantly.
Jesus.
And could very easily cause death. He said he was actually offered some from his dealer and he bought it, but he was at least somewhat smart and had it tested. He said it was a pink powder that smelled like strawberries, but when it was tested it turned out to be a mixture of caffeine, ketamine, MDMA, and a bit of meth, which he obviously didn't take. Others on this forum claimed that they've taken 2C that has had LSD mixed into it, creating a very extreme psychedelic experience that, according to them, was not pleasant. One rather ominous comment on this forum simply reads, "Hey guys,
Shit
stay
crazy, yo.
I'm having a massive mental breakdown. So intense. What can I do for relief? Please advise if you know anything medically." This brings me to my next point.
What did he
Taking
say?
unknown chemicals is bad enough, but taking an unknown mixture of chemicals is even worse.
Yeah.
When you mix chemicals, your body doesn't process each of the individual effects from each chemical and stack them on top of each other. Typically, one of two things. Firstly, your brain processes all of the stimuli as
Phil
one.
is freaking crazy. Phil is freaking crazy. No. It doesn't look like it processed yet, Finn. Ow, ow, ow. Finn is freaking crazy. Where at, yo? What's going on?
It's time for you to go to bed. But Mom, I'm live streaming.
But Mom! But Mom! But Mom! Wait a second, what? Which one? Isn't this the same one? Yeah, how come it says no? Oh. We already watched that one, isn't this it?
It's time for you to go.
Yeah. Did you upload it? Give it a sec. Give it a sec. Good. Give it a sec. 38 seconds ago. It was processing. Choose the fighter. The comedian. Flirty. No mother, the 4-year-old ND Beats. The website maker. Great choice. That's good. That's good. You done good, kid. That's funny. Can't be the website maker. Oh, that's who you ended up. That's who you ended up choosing at the end. I see. We're not good enough. Ashley was blurred. You got a great imagination. That's funny. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, your comments are shut off again. Where'd you go? Oh, your comments are off. That's right. Bruh. Bruh. I was gonna add a big old comment to your Jamalama. Jamalama.
A system overload which could end a number of different ways.
I got
This
pee-pee.
danger is only amplified when you take substances with very contradictory effects. For example, if you take a stimulant which increases your blood pressure and mix it with a depressant which lowers your blood pressure,
Right.
you are simultaneously telling your body to speed up and slow down your heart rate at the same time.
That's right.
Giving your brain extremely mixed signals, which can very easily lead to death. Now, secondly, on top of just having a system overload, your body can, instead of just processing everything as one input, it can actually take the inputs that you gave it and produce a new input in your body. Your body is literally a master chemist, so if you give it the wrong combination of chemicals, it will make something you actually don't want. So yeah, in case you need a recap on why 2C is so dangerous, the name itself is deceiving and confusing considering it sounds the exact same as a completely different.
You know what would be funny?
Used to take advantage
You
of
know what would be funny? If you duetted it and did something related. Oh, no, I'll do something. Absolutely. I've got to wait till tomorrow because I'm obviously streaming right now. But yeah, I'll do something. I'll do it tomorrow. And we're on YouTube, so it's remixing. Get it straight, fam. Get it straight. Dude.
Origin is unknown, and 9 times out of 10 you're probably going to get a random concoction of drugs that you shouldn't be taking, individually or especially combined. I don't care if it's pink or smells like strawberries. 2C is...
At BC Stone Homes, building better isn't just what we do, it's how we think. From the materials we choose to the way we price your build, every detail is designed to give you more value where it matters most. It starts with site work, with one of the most overlooked and overpriced parts of the building process. While many builders charge 20 to 30% in markups and avoid warranties, we offer site work at cost and stand behind our quotes. No surprises and no passing the buck if numbers are off at the end of the day. It continues with quality of materials used for the standard exterior finishes of our homes. We use cement composite siding, not vinyl, as our standard. That means less wear and tear, a longer lifespan, and lower maintenance over time. Inside, we're focused on performance. Every BC Stone home includes spray foam insulation and argon gas-filled windows. High efficiency features.
Argon. What's this guy talking about? Oh, you're ooping. You're ooping. You're oop-lolling on the remix. You can do it.
Let's move on. 2CB. Following the first segment, I almost felt compelled to add this drug as an entry. Admittedly, it's not the most crazy or obscure drug I've covered in this series, but it's still a
Out iced tea and brownies.
Especially if I was going
My neighbor's got brownies.
In the first section. I figured you guys would be at least a bit curious about what the real 2CB was all about. 2CB is also commonly known as bromomescaline bromo nexus, and is a psychedelic drug that was first
Throwing hearts. You gotta be the top one already, I'm sure.
And it gained popularity.
You got 150 points. 150 points.
Limited to primarily recreational use, which we'll get into. The reason why 2CB was dropped by the psychiatric community as an aid in therapy was due to the fact that it caused gastrointestinal effects
Made you fart?
and had a lack of empathogenic effects, which in simple terms means it failed to cause the same level of emotional openness as other drugs serving a similar therapeutic purpose. It's easy to see how an empathogenic would be beneficial for a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but if it doesn't serve that purpose and only makes them horny and gassy, I can can see why it's also dropped rather quickly. Like, can you imagine seeing a psychologist and they give you this newly synthesized random chemical compound that they think might help you, but in reality, you felt the same and just farted more. That would kind of suck. But
That's
unfortunately, it
awesome.
wasn't just that pleasant. Some psychiatrists initially would actually dose their clients with this without them knowing, as they believed that it helped their clients be more open and introspective.
And farty.
Gassy too, but jokes aside, that's definitely not cool. It is a bit of an unfortunate mix that an aphrodisiac
Okay, you tag me again?
stomach issues. Definitely something you do not want to mix. Like, all I'm saying is if Viagra had a side effect of diarrhea, it probably wouldn't be all that popular.
Right.
Now, although it failed in psychiatric cases, it definitely gained popularity in the party scene as it was known as the most powerful sex-enhancing drug of all time. In fact, during the 1980s, several different companies manufactured and sold PCP as a sexual enhancement product. Basically, one of those gas station boner pills, which is
No
pretty crazy
way.
considering this drug is half stimulant and half hallucinogen, with some people comparing it to MDMA combined with a psychedelic. According to studies, even low doses of this drug
No
in
way.
young chickens have shown to produce similar effects to low doses of amphetamine.
Genius
So,
idea.
I don't
I'll
know
come
if
in
young
on my
chickens, but yeah, young
genius
chickens
idea. I'll
back
come
like
in on my
which
Switch
also
and
means that
like
some
the
days they gave these
stream.
chickens
Thank
meth
you,
too, so
Ridley.
I feel really bad for these
Genius
chickens,
idea.
and some of
Genius.
the fiends watching envy these chickens. So yeah, it's strange, but I guess the low doses or it gives you.
I tell you what. I think Saturday. Like all the time. Saturday and Sunday are my lowest observed days. Like I think I had under 100, under 100 viewers. Total. I've got 164 that came in this stream, but they only stayed for like 30 seconds. And that happens. Usually I get like 600 to 700 people that come through, but they might stay for a few seconds, but at least like 100 will stay or they watch the stream afterwards. But yeah. But that's Saturday and Sunday. I think because there's a lot of big streamers, like a lot of like nudie girl streamers and stuff like that. That simp guys watch it. And I know Space Cow was here earlier and ND was here way earlier, but he's at his cousin's wedding and he was drunk sitting on the toilet at the wedding reception and watching the stream. All right, tag me, man. No.
Does give you the slight psychedelic and slight amphetamine effect, and high doses are a rather strong psychedelic experience. But to be fair, this drug isn't extremely unknown, and it's also not the most insane drug I've covered. But what is crazy is a drug that is commonly mistaken for 2CB, known as bromo dragonfly. Bromo dragonfly was first synthesized in 1998, and is an extremely potent chemical compound. For example, this drug is measured in micrograms, not milligrams, micrograms, which is extremely dangerous because this compound is toxic to humans at even moderate doses. Which is extremely dangerous because if you think you're taking 2CB but you are taking bromo dragonfly, if you take even a low dose of what you think is 2CB of bromo dragonfly, you will be dead. Bromo dragonfly is 20 times more potent than 2CB, and because of unfortunate mix-ups, at least 5 people have been reported to have been killed from bromo dragonfly toxicity. On top of death, people have also lost limbs due to bromo dragonfly. As in one case, a 35-year-old Swedish man had vasoconstriction in one of his legs, leading to necrosis in one of his feet, basically meaning his blood vessels narrowed to the point where blood could not effectively get to that part of the body.
That's crazy.
Died and had to be amputated, all because of this drug. Bromo dragonfly is likely one of the more dangerous and scary aspects of 2CB, and although it's
Bromo dragonfly,
they are often mistaken for each other, as there is
crazy.
a variant of 2CB known as 2CB fly, which is often mistaken as bromo dragonfly, which is a deadly mistake due to, like I said, the 20 times difference in.
Why can't you scale?
Man, this dude put freaking 600.
It's called chronic impulse control, where you prioritize short
potency. Bromo dragonfly is a rather mysterious and elusive substance, and honestly, it was kind of hard to gather much more information on it than I've currently gathered here. But yeah, the real 2CB was a mix between LSD and MDMA, at least in low doses, and was even in
Bromo dragonfly.
And unfortunately, there was a very similar sounding variant that was 20 times more potent and accidentally taken in high doses, which typically led to death or, in fortunate cases, just amputation. Jankum. So far in this series, we've covered drugs that will make you lose your mind for weeks, instantly kill you, make you lose all control of your body, make you join a cult.
I tagged you in 2 of them, but I can't like it on my. That's all right, girl. It's all right. Don't worry.
For some
Don't
of you,
worry,
you've
don't
heard this
you
story
worry.
before, and if you haven't, I envy you. But I am about to ruin your day with exactly what it is. To put it frankly, jankum is a fermented mix of human waste.
I
In
talked
simple
about this
terms,
earlier.
Human urine
Did you hear
and
that?
fecal matter are the primary ingredients for this drug.
You
It's
use
rather
pee and
rudimentary
poop
in nature
and
only
put it
requires you
together.
to urinate and defecate into a bottle.
Did you? I don't know if you're still here or not, but if you the kids in Africa were peeing and pooping in a bottle, and you put a balloon over top of it and sit the bottle in the sun, and it deteriorates the pee and the poop, and it puts off these gases and inflates the balloon, and kids take the balloon and suck the fart gas. Yeah, it's disgusting. But we were before you came in earlier. Borchell, and Space Cow were looking into it, and now this person's bringing it up. Listen real quick.
Ferment in the sun for a few days, and after just a bit of time, your jankum is ready for
jankum.
The drug is reported to give a hallucinogenic effect, and was first reported in the mid-1990s as a street drug among Zambian youth.
Zambian. So I thought Zambian meant Zimbabwean, but because that's where Borchell's from. So I was like, you guys are fart sniffers, but no, this is a different part of Africa.
In this bottle and attach a balloon.
The balloon, yeah.
In the sun.
So the piss and poop is in the bottle.
They could tell that their fermented jankum was almost ready. Following this, they would take the balloon and inhale their
fart gas.
Concoction.
So can you imagine like passing these around to your friends? You know, like you all got your different fart gases, and you'd be like, "Oh, let me get some of that, Richard. Let me get a Finley fart. Let me get a Mark fart." You know what I'm saying? That's like so crazy. Like people like want to know what different people's turd gas, but it's not just like a fart in a balloon. It's you pee and poop. All right. Let me see. Bromo Dragonfly. No, not yet. No, you don't want to smell like. No, I can imagine. We don't know if I can smell anybody's fart. We don't want to be smelling farts around here. Nope, it's not uploaded yet. Oh, stinkulated 5,000. Stinkulated 5,000. Stinkulated. Yeah, Jacob. That's so crazy. Let's see where we're at. Well. Nope. Not yet.
Sounds like a troll because of how disgusting this would be.
Yeah.
Like, not even the best guy in the world could convince me to leave my own business in a bottle to ferment in the sun for days to then inhale it. I can only imagine how many people that have tried this drug have instantly just thrown up. I can only assume that this is one of those smells that is burnt into your nostrils forever.
Right. He's 100 years old now.
Of this drug, it seems rather underwhelming, especially for what you have to put up with to consume it. But I guess you get what you pay for. This is one drug you can get even if you're piss poor. The hallucinogenic effect from this drug typically comes from the hypoxia that it causes, because the fermented raw sewage produces two primary gases.
That's freaking crazy.
The carbon monoxide can cause an altered state in your brain by displacing oxygen, which, like I mentioned, can cause
pee and poop in a bottle.
But also extremely
It's okay. We'll see in just a second.
Damage and even death. And hydrogen sulfide in low doses can cause irritation to your eyes, nose, and throat. Moderate doses can cause headache, dizziness, nausea, and vomiting. And in high shock, convulsions, coma, and even death. I literally can't see any.
And the other one with you on my Switch. All right, I'm looking. Hold on.
Are likely the least ideal way to get any sort of gas, and you'd probably be better off just doing some breath work than inhaling poop air. I couldn't find much in terms of trip reports, and I'm honestly glad.
Poop air. That's so crazy.
Would do such a thing. And although this drug is relatively simple and not very well documented, it is still disgusting, crazy, and in my opinion, a story worth telling. And even if the story ended there, I still think it would have landed on this list simply because of the sheer gross out and shock factor. But luckily for you, that's
still not yet.
Story. One of the most interesting aspects about this drug is how one high school student was able to use it to troll almost all of America. I know this is a drug video and not a hoax video, so I'll make this part brief, but it is kind of interesting and honestly hilarious. Long story short, a high school student heard about the African use of jankum and thought it was just disgusting, which honestly fair. But he took it a step further and actually actually made his own fake Jankum and planted pictures of it and people using it online in an attempt to cause a hoax. Little did he know that this would get picked up by the police, and because of this, an internal memo was made and leaked, which eventually made it to the news.
Hey, dude, you missed a good one, dude. ND, you know what Jankum is, ND? Dude, now you need to make yourself some Jankum, dude. You know what Jankum is, buddy? It's when you pee and poop into a bottle, pull a balloon over it, set it in the sun for a few days, then your fart gas, poop gas, pee gas inflates the balloon. So you take the balloon and take a big old inhale of that fart gas, and it makes you trip out and feel like you're on drugs.
But luckily for you, it was disgusting, crazy, and in my opinion, a story worth telling. And even if the story ended there, I still think it would have landed.
It features okay
because of the sheer gross out and shock factor.
Right. For you, let me show this first real quick.
One of the most interesting aspects about this drug is how one high school student was able to use it to troll almost all of America in 2007. I know this is a drug video and not a hoax.
All right, let me go back here. Where is that?
It's kind of interesting and honestly hilarious. Long story short, a high school student heard about the African use of Jankum and thought it was just disgusting, which honestly fair. But he took it a step further and actually made his own fake Jankum and planted pictures of it and people using it online in an attempt to cause a hoax. Little did he know that this would get picked up by the police, and because of this, an internal memo was made and leaked, which eventually made it to the news. Once this news broke, it became a widespread panic amongst parents that their child could be getting high off of their own sewage, which is hilarious and idiotic and just insane. There's a really hilarious news segment all about Jankum back from 2007 when this hoax was going on. And one of my favorite parts is the street interviews they did with people when they were explaining the drug.
Alright, we'll see you in a second. That's freaking crazy. Fart gas. Alright, here you go. There you go, ND. Flirty. Here you are, ND. The mother hen cat. Here you go, the 4-year-old ND. You're famous. I drank 1.5 bottles of whiskey, danced more than I danced in the last 3 years combined. Ended in a serious brawl with my brother and walked 5 miles before paying a random dude $50 to drive me home. ND. You should have chilled on that whiskey, brother. Damn, dude. You Asians crazy. Damn. Cray. Yeah, you can sniff some farts tonight. Go to bed. That's crazy, dude.
Asking them what they thought about it. Let me play that for you quickly.
I couldn't imagine doing something like that.
Sounds like it. That's a joke, ND. Just so you know, it's a joke, ND. Just so you know, it's a bar here. It's a bar here at 12. Oh,
on top of all of the dangerous bacteria and just disgusting odor, you also risk getting brain damage from hypoxia. And besides the original breaking news from Africa,
I was about to say, it's got to be damn near 6 or 7 in the morning. All right, so it's 10 after 7. Oh, Jesus Chrysler, ND. You're going to be a talk in the town. I hope you recorded a video of this stuff.
Most of the widespread information and panic around this drug is based off a hoax or a...
Oh, right. Yeah, he's 29, Finley. I think you knew that.
Most cases of this is pretty hard to find, and although I'm sure it happened in some instances, I can't imagine it's extremely popular. But feel free to chime in if you...
In her video, she said ND is the 4-year-old. Let me see if I can find it. There we go. Let's see. Let's go back. Choose your fighter. The website maker, Cat B. The editor, DJ VR. The comedian, Finley Loves Fantasy. The flirty Ashley. Mother hen, Cat B. What did you do? The 4-year-old ND beats. Great choice. Chose the website maker, even though I built the website. It was me. No, she did the design. She did the graphics. I did the site. Close enough. It was beautiful. Thank you. I took that personal. As in, you act. Oh, he knows. Oh, he knows he acts like a 4-year-old. So do I. That's why we're friends.
You know anything about this that I wasn't able to find? I think the funniest part about this entire situation is how.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah, she did all the graphic design. I just did the website.
That kids are
Actually, yeah, that's fine.
popular slang term.
He didn't take it personally. He's lying.
Youth are resorting to such a disgusting means just to get a little high, and honestly, I don't blame them. But
breathing in fart gas to get high is so crazy.
Butt hash, Flocka. Our
butt hash.
Interlude is over, and now we're back to some serious.
They call it butt hash. I most definitely at least 5. 4-year-olds can't even talk good.
Alpha PvP or zombie drug is a seriously deadly synthetic stimulant. It triggers surges of both dopamine and norepinephrine in the body simultaneously. This combination can cause aggression, paranoia, anxiety, hallucinations, agitation, psychosis, and more. And physically, it can cause kidney damage or failure and heart attacks. It's not just the combination of dopamine and norepinephrine that cause this too. There's other factors involved, but those are some of the side effects of this drug that I wanted to get to right away, because this drug is insane. I don't even know if this is real, but based off some of the videos I've seen of people on this drug, I would
my
believe
5-year-old
people call this drug $5
My 5-year-old niece sang me an anime theme song yesterday. Bro, my feet is sick. Dude, you walked 5 miles. That's freaking crazy. I love you, Gwen.
Sanity, which is looking accurate.
Even when your room is 80 degrees. Man, this is the 75th commercial this guy put in here. Ads guy put in here. He's definitely making. He's got 730,000 subscribers, so he's definitely making some money off this freaking video.
Because this drug is extremely cheap, at least relatively compared to other drugs, especially due to its potency, and it literally turns you into a zombie. Hence the zombie drug name I mentioned earlier.
I walked 5 miles. Oh, and danced for 3 to 4 hours. Jeez, man. How far? I mean, you walked 5 miles, but how far was your house from there? Like I'm sure. How many more miles did you have to go until you got home? And why $50? Why didn't you offer him 10?
Actually naturally occurring in
I guess you're drunk and you just wanted to get home.
They take leaves from the castor plant and chew it, and from that they get a mild stimulant effect.
Hold on, what did they say here?
Common in Africa, and some.
What did he say?
You into a zombie, hence the zombie drug name I mentioned earlier. The source of flocka is actually naturally occurring and is commonly used in Africa as a mild stimulant. They take leaves from the cat plant and chew it, and from that they get a mild stimulant effect, which is rather common in Africa.
Bro, I'm glad you on both my Switch and my mind, and the stutters are killing me.
See in the streets are nowhere near natural, and they are all synthetically produced, typically overseas.
You gotta mute one of them.
Like some other street drugs, flocka is known to produce superhuman strength, which is something you
She's
probably
getting she's getting my views up,
which is extra crazy because not only are you out of your mind, but you're also a superhuman on this drug. And one of the reasons why it's so dangerous is because it's 10 times more potent than cocaine and 20 times more potent than MDPV, which is one of the primary ingredients in bath salts. Speaking of bath salts, this drug is a synthetic cathinone, which is a chemical that is chemically related to pyros. And if you watched our first video, you would know what pyros are.
Not good. Not good.
It's a ketone analog of prolintane, which is exactly what inhibits the norepinephrine and dopamine uptake, causing the central nervous system stimulant effect. This drug can be taken almost any way and has been reported to be induced by
what do you do? I don't know how many miles, but the remaining distance was 12 to 15 minute drive. Wow. So figure 30, 40 miles an hour. A quarter of that would be 9 miles, 8 miles. Yeah, so almost 10 miles. I wanted to make sure he agreed. Understood, brother. Understood. Finley says, "What do you do, Finn?" I provide the views. Nah. Yeah, absolutely. I understand. Dude, I'll give you $50. Well, jump in. I'd be like, and you gotta massage my feet when we get there.
Ingesting it or even vaping it. The overdose risk on this drug is extremely high because, as we stated previously, the potency is extremely high, but it also enters your bloodstream extremely fast, meaning that if you take too much, the only way you'll really know is by passing out and hopefully waking up at some point to realize you took too much. The entire experience on this drug lasts anywhere from 6 to 8 hours, but the side effects can come down at last.
I did read your comment.
This isn't quite
Did I miss it again?
but it's one of my favorite stories relating to this drug.
Sorry.
A man in Florida, of all places, I know, shocker, was high
Indeed.
on flocka, walking down the street when he found a particularly attractive tree and attempted to have sex with it. Understandably, the police were called on
Did you see that tree? Look at the buds on this tree.
When he found a particularly attractive tree.
Look at the buds on this
tree. With it. Understandably, the police were called on this aggressive man.
Glad he didn't kidnap you. He was as shady as F though. Shady as freeze though. Black dude with completely red eyes with a hoodie on. I was not sure if he was going to get robbed. Dude, hey, sometimes, you know, if he's already making the 50, he's all right with it because he could have robbed you for 20. You know, so it's better to just get it. Did you give him cash, or was it like a cash app type thing? If you apped it over to him, then it was probably best. He knew that was the only way he was getting money. He was kind as fuck, to be honest. But there you go, brother. Hey, well, he let you in his car, dude. Yeah, I would say too. I'd appreciate him a lot too.
This innocent tree, and shortly enough the police arrived. Obviously, because he was high on flocka, he was extremely aggressive and was not responding or cooperating with the police at all. And this led the police to tase him. 2 different officers tased this man, and as he was tased, he didn't fall, he didn't even budge.
Kept fucking the tree.
He pulled the taser barbs out of his skin and yelled, "I am Thor." And it turns out that he actually wasn't Thor. He was just a Florida man high on flocka. I just hope that tree is okay. As I was doing research on different experiences and people on this drug, I found 2 interesting trends. 1, there's not many trip reports, just sightings of people on this drug in public. And 2, everybody that's been spotted on this drug is typically naked. Upon further research, I found out why, and it's honestly interesting.
Makes your body heat go up. Oi, bruv. Oi, bruv. I'm not scared. I'm big dog. He's big dog. I'm big dog. I'm not scared, boy.
Increases your core body temperature to over 106 degrees Fahrenheit, which is much stronger than your average fever. And this temperature is also the point at which your muscles start to break down, which is another huge negative side effect on your body. So yeah, this drug makes you really hot. And when you're in such a zombie-like state, getting naked is easy to do. And probably
taking it off.
Right.
Taking my clothes off. Swinging my ding-a-ling.
Similar to pyros. And if that's the case, then I wouldn't want to be near anybody on anything similar to pyros if they're naked and running around with absolutely no fear.
Right. I'm a big dude myself. I know I fear no man except
really exciting. So yeah,
I love you, brother. I provide no, or I provide, except I provide. I offer no, not offer. No, can't think of the term. One of these days. I make meaning to say I offer you no, I bid you no harm. I bid you no harm? I can't think of the term.
8 hours.
They call me the unculator.
Like Superman, or I guess Thor. It will literally destroy your body, likely kill you, and in the very best case, you will survive, but your life is essentially ruined. So zombie cosplay, don't go anywhere near this substance. Although flocka is ridiculous, and every other drug on this list has been crazy.
So what's weird too, if you listen to that flocka stuff, they talk about people doing that in jail. Flocka, I think it's flocka, in jail. Let me see. Flocka. Waka Flocka. Oh, I wonder if that's why Waka Flocka's name is Waka Flocka. You know, like the rapper Waka Flocka? I wonder if that's why his name's Waka Flocka. There is only room for one big dog in this town, and I'm that one.
This is likely the most crazy, and potentially even crazier than every entry on this list combined.
What?
At least in my opinion. Crocodile.
Oh yeah, this is crazy.
Watching this video is probably something you've heard of, at least in passing.
And this is what I don't understand either.
On the never heard of scale, but on the craziness scale, it is off the charts, which is why I decided to
It turns your skin into crocodile skin. I mean no harm. Yes. Yes. I mean you no harm. Oh, no. That doesn't mean harmless. No. I would never say I'm harmless. I mean you no harm. That's what I was trying to say, yes. I harm first. They call me I harm fist.
Synthetic opioid, which is most commonly known for its use in Russia. If you thought to yourself that crocodile kind of sounds like crocodile, well, you wouldn't be wrong. And that isn't by accident. The drug's actual name is
I harm first.
But it's known as crocodile.
I swing
what
first.
It does to your body. Crocodile is most commonly injected, and when injected, it can cause clotting and damage to blood vessels. This causes the surrounding tissue
I fart first.
area to die and rot.
I fart first.
The dead skin to
watch this. If he shows me pictures, it's crazy.
This is obviously where the crocodile comes from. The horribly infected injection sites of this drug. But that's just the beginning. The drug does not dissolve completely in your body.
I definitely do sniff a lot. I get the sniffles. I got a big old nose. Everybody knows.
Extreme harm, such as causing infections in soft tissue, ulcers, and even gangrene. Without even knowing
your arm's full. Dude, if you see that shit that they do, I don't.
That this drug is so destructive to your
Eddie's drunk. Eddie is drunk. He says, I eat it first.
First synthesized in the 1930s in the USA, and it produces an opioid-like effect with a fast onset. It is a powerful morphine derivative and is about 10 times more potent than regular morphine.
Jeez.
The first recorded cases of abuse of this drug appeared internationally in 2002. This helps shine a little bit more light on why people take this drug in spite of how destructive it is to your body. It is essentially an extremely potent, cheap alternative to heroin that can be made with items from the hardware store and the pharmacy.
No way.
Gained popularity in Russia and Eastern Europe.
The hardware store.
Typically struggle with substance abuse, and with how easy it is and cheap it is to make, the popularity is unfortunately.
I don't suck. What?
It has an extremely potent and euphoric morphine-like effect. Due to its potency, it is extremely toxic and typically causes hallucinations, which isn't super common for other morphine analogs. As far as trip reports go, I was unsuccessful in finding any that were at least verifiable, but we have covered a lot of detailed, extremely potent trip reports in this series so far. Which, if this is the first video you're seeing, there is some others which you can watch after this. Without getting too deep into mumbo jumbo, there's not a lot more to talk about.
Mumbo jumbo. I'm just kidding. I'm a minor, right? I was about to say. Oh, I thought you were saying it from his point of view. You were saying it from your point of view. Yeah, Finley, don't talk like that. I'm Bird second? Bird second? I'm Bird second. I'm Bird second. I'm not picking up what you're putting down, Andy. I'm Bird second. I'm Frog third. There you go. I Frog third.
Call it 25i. Some other popular names.
He's drunk. He's like, dude, do you know what you need to do to not have a hangover tomorrow? Do you know? You better. I birthed first. Those are my ankles. Brother, I hope you picked up a Gatorade or whatever is a Gatorade in your system. If you can slam that bottle of Gatorade and get two Advil in your system before you go to bed, yeah, hold on to that as long as you can, Finley. At least till you find somebody you love. No, I thought he would love me if I had sex with him. No, fuck that. No, fuck that bullshit. Be in a relationship for a long time before that happens. There's plenty of other stuff you can do besides lose your virginity. And wait as long as you can. And body count is a mean thing. Not because it just, guys and girls are different. No. Body count matters for a girl because chemistry that leaves a man's body, and I'm not talking about getting you pregnant, but guys and girls, you take on each guy's characteristics a little bit, so it's bad. Ashley loves you. I need to drink. Yeah, do not do that, dude. You won't have a hangover because you'll be dead. No bleach. Bleach absolutely sucks. Oh, God, it'll probably make you puke all over the place. Throwing up might have well, imagine an 8-year-old having... Do you know anything about Islam or Muslims? I know this is going to piss people off, but Aisha is in Muslim, they follow the Prophet Muhammad. Muhammad was 54. Guess how old his wife was? Hold on. He married her when she was 6. He was 51. Consummating a marriage means you had penetrative sex. He had sex with her when she was 9. 9. A 54-year-old mounted a 9-year-old. Prophet Muhammad's 9-year-old wife. Here you go. Prophet Muhammad's marriage to Aisha, who was reportedly 6 or 7 years old at the time of their engagement, 9 years old at time of consummation. Consummation means ding ding in VV. Is well documented and often debated. Traditional Islamic sources, the Sahih al-Bukhari, states that Aisha was betrothed to Muhammad at a young age and married later. This marriage has been a subject of criticism and scrutiny. Anyway, yes, so it's okay. They say, and they say in Islam that if she bleeds, as long as she bleeds, she's okay to marry. If she doesn't bleed, if she's immature, you have to wait a month, whatever that means. And then to make sure she's not going to have her period, then you can have sex with her. So they're all about being pedophiles. Exactly. It's bad shit. It's bad. It's the most evil. It's bad. Yeah. Don't let somebody talk you into shit like this using religion. Right. Yeah, that's just crazy, Crazy. Change the subject now. It's changed.
But it only took the drug community about 7 years for it to become popular. In 2010,
you said change subject now.
Recreational drug scene due to the psychedelic effects associated with it, but unfortunately, it was often misrepresented as LSD, which is extremely dangerous for reasons we'll get into. 25I is a potent phenethylamine and is deadly in doses as low as a milligram. This chemical has caused significantly more deaths and dangerous responses than your run-of-the-mill psychedelic. And although it typically comes on blotters and does have a psychoactive effect similar to LSD, that is really where the similarities end. 25I is typically sold as LSD because to the unsuspecting consumer, the effects may be similar. And 25I is considerably cheaper than LSD, giving the distributor an
Have her period.
incentive to misrepresent the drug.
Menses.
However, this fact alone causes a lot of the danger and is a
it says in their book, their holy book, when you get any girl, if you find a girl off the street, you can marry her by just saying, "Will you marry me?" You don't have to go. You can marry her for the night. You can have a mutta marriage, which means, I want to marry you. Okay, we're now married. Bend over. Boink, boink, boink. Here's some money. I want a divorce. And so it's a short-term marriage meant for like prostitution, but make it legal by being married. But any other woman, if you get her, you have to wait. You have to wait till she has her period to prove that she's not pregnant, because you don't know if it's if she is pregnant and you have sex with her, you don't know if that kid's yours. You might have had sex with her after she got pregnant by some other guy. My religion says I have to ding you now. My religion says I have to marry you, so freeze up. I'm helpful. I make this world such a better place.
I mean, very potent. And unfortunately, that means that there is a very high risk of overdose, specifically when you are taking high doses of this drug. Even the margin between a moderately high dose and an overdose is razor thin. And if you are taking blotters that are not evenly distributed, you can think you're taking a low to moderate dose, but in reality, actually taking a dose that will potentially kill you without you even knowing.
Stop mocking. I'm not mocking. It's not mocking. Look, it's right here, my friend.
Augment Code is the best AI coding tool for professional software engineers.
Right, yeah.
A lot of time and effort making a real-time index for your code base and optimizing it to make it super fast. For
is that guy fake?
the potential life-threatening toxicity and death associated from this drug being either abused or
I'm just saying
misrepresented as a completely different compound
it. But let's just have to marry you some freeze up. Freeze up!
Taking this drug and dying is the worst.
Andy's joking around. He don't care about nothing like that.
That can happen if you take this compound.
Murambe.
Let's focus in a bit on the actual experience of this compound. This drug produces visual changes, but can also produce auditory, tactile, and smell-based hallucinations.
Smell-based hallucinations? Is that Finley's farts?
Imagine you just keep smelling something.
Me and the comedian, this channel.
That alone would probably drive me mad. And it is commonly reported that trips on this substance are overwhelming and disorienting, with some sensations being described as confusion and anxiety.
I keep forgetting. I can go into the kitchen with this.
On the light end. On the darker end of things, this drug can cause delirium, which can be extremely dangerous for the user itself and those around the user. This is because these delirious states are typically accompanied with aggression and agitation. Due to the sheer intensity of this substance, it is not uncommon for people to experience HPPD or dissociation. HPPD, for those who don't know, means hallucinogen persisting perception disorder, which essentially is the experience of subtle visual cues that they experience on psychedelics for days, weeks, months, or even years after they hit their psychedelic. Typically, this manifests as some sort of visual stimulus, and the specific reason for this happening is unknown, which to me sounds terrifying.
Red-haired Andy, you uncultured swine. I do care. Stop putting words in my mouth, you filthy heathen.
I would even want.
I'm on the freezing floor.
Fun fact, if you watched our last video about the deadliest drugs you've never heard of, then you heard me talk about 2CB, which is obviously in the 2C family of drugs. I bring this up because 25I is actually a 2C derivative, which I'm assuming at least a few of you knew. Oh yeah, and I didn't even talk about the physical effects of this drug. Besides the potential terrifying mental experience you could have for up to 10 hours, physically, besides dying, you could also experience seizures, rhabdomyolysis, metabolic acidosis, renal failure, and even coma. And in rarer cases, thrombosis. Due to the nature of this drug being a relatively obscure research chemical, it's hard to pinpoint a lot of information about the exact effects on the human body. However, I was able to gather some user experiences from a popular drug forum. One user stated his frustration with this drug even existing simply because of the dangers it proposed with its misrepresentation.
I couldn't find my dang crackers, cracker. That's so freezing funny.
It's hard to get real acid now, at least where I live. Most people have no idea
what a
replacements for acid, including the dealers. They seriously think they're selling LSD when they're actually selling 2,5-I MBO-ME. This is obviously concerning due to the high likelihood of overdose, especially if you think you're taking LSD, which has a much lower risk for overdose and death, for that matter.
And he's crazy as dog jizzle. That's so crazy, ending. You're gonna be. Oh, I can't wait to talk to you tomorrow, brother.
And it felt like I was peeking off of clouds. It was enjoyable for like an hour, but then it really started getting bad.
It was enjoyable.
My friend threw up multiple times, and I was shaking uncontrollably. My heart rate was insane. My teeth were grinding and they ached. My body high made me feel like I was tweaking out on meth. The visuals were way too intense and overwhelming. I could barely walk, and I felt like I was super drunk. Every time I laid down, I had awful nausea. 4 hours in, and I started having psychosis and very dark thoughts, because I just wanted to end the trip. I couldn't even sleep for 20 hours after the trip ended. 25I MBOME makes you feel disgusting and coked out. The visuals feel metal and fake, and your mind feels like it's drunk. I think both of these experiences sum up the dangers and, honestly, the scariness of this compound as a whole. The experience sounds intense and unpleasant, to say the least. And with the risk of overdose being relatively high, especially in cases where it's being misrepresented as LSD, which unfortunately is common, the risk for an unpleasant experience is high.
So I just got the brand new Ray Neo Air 3S. So these were made to address what every other XR glasses fails to do.
And the risk for death is unfortunately not unheard of. Personally, I think the scariest part about this compound is that people aren't even willingly taking it. People think they're taking LSD, but instead they are taking a relatively unknown and poorly documented research chemical with known deaths and negative effects, unknown long-term toxicity, and the potential for at the very least 10 hours of mental torture. But believe it or not, this is one of the most tame entries on this list, and even in pink. This drug is a dangerous synthetic opiate and is reported to be at least 7 to 8 times more potent than morphine. And because of that, somewhat ironically, it only takes a dose of roughly the size of the tip of your pinky to be able to kill you. But that's not why they call it pink. I'm honestly not sure why. I guess in some cases it's pink, but not to be confused with pink cocaine from our last episode on the deadliest drug. This chemical was developed by a U.S. pharmaceutical company in the 1970s, but for reasons that are not known, the project was abandoned. This drug has never been tested at all. Not on animals, not in laboratory studies. It was synthesized, abandoned, and then seemingly randomly appeared on the illicit drug market. It is not confirmed or even known how, but it is heavily suspected that this compound's recipe has somehow gotten into the hands of illegal drug manufacturers in China, which seems likely due to the fact that a lot of extremely strong, deadly synthetic opioids are produced overseas in illegal drug factories that are unfortunately shipped directly to the United States. In 2016, this drug had a pretty major news circulation due to the fact that it was responsible for the death of 2 13-year-old boys in Utah, which is obviously extremely upsetting and unfortunate. But another even more high-profile death Prince's formal cause of death was a fentanyl overdose, but according to sources close to the investigation, U47700 was also found in his body. Not exactly a trip report, but one scary experience associated with this drug involves a 41-year-old woman simply looking to heal her back pain. It is claimed that a woman with chronic back pain was taking a prescription drug known as Norco, and when her prescription ran out, she turned to a friend to get a few pills while she was waiting for her prescription to be refilled.
Can I have a Captain Coke? I knew you were talking about that. I knew it.
Exactly the same as her prescription pills, they were not the same whatsoever.
Oh, she died.
They were actually counterfeit drugs, not being her prescribed oxycodone painkillers, but actually being a mixture of U47700 and fentanyl.
Damn.
She unknowingly took these counterfeit pills in the morning, and in the passenger seat of her friend's car on the way to work, she lost consciousness and stopped breathing. She was rushed to the hospital and needed to be revived.
I bring up jokes from the past. I bring up jokes from the past.
This is not the case for everybody, and it is extremely scary how someone thinking they're taking a prescription pill,
as any good comedian does. Yeah, fentanyl.
This story alone is a great example of
it's a medical. You know what? Have you heard of it? I'm sure you've heard of it. You hadn't heard of it, I'm guessing. So yeah, fentanyl is it's like morphine, like opioids, like Percocet and stuff like that. But it's very, very, very strong. It's measured in the thousandths or the millionths of the gram, not like Advil and Tylenol is like a milligram, so 1,000th of a gram. This stuff's in a millionth of a gram, so so it's very hard to measure properly for dosing, and they make it because you only need if it's instead of needing like a bag this big to get 1,000 people high, you need a bag this big to get 1,000 people high, and then you can just mix it with something so it's more manageable. So fentanyl. What do you do when someone has a peekaboo? What do you mean, a boob pops out? Pull your shirt up. But yeah, so fentanyl is very, very super strong. And so a lot of people just overdose because they think they're doing, like this girl, she thought she was doing a Percocet and accidentally took too much fentanyl.
Good idea. The effects of U47700 are pretty similar to any synthetic ultra-strong opioid, potentially causing constipation, severe and possibly fatal respiratory depression, seizures, psychosis, addiction, and of course, a very high risk of overdose and death. Now, if you're watching this video and you've watched every episode in the series,
you take them to the ICU.
Strong synthetic opioid. And you're right. And although this drug is scary and crazy and deadly, it's not extremely different from any other designer synthetic opioid. However, I added it to this list for 2 reasons. One, the first drug I had in this place actually had to be removed because YouTube did not like it. Secondly, one thing that makes this drug rather unique, at least to me, is the fact that this drug, for a long time,
that shit is funny, yeah.
All the way up until 2016,
I see you.
Illegal and extremely dangerous. And you can imagine when you have an extremely strong and legal opioid, there's no doubt that distributors and manufacturers of illicit substances were using this to cut other drugs or simply try to misrepresent it and sell it as heroin. In 2016, though, under an emergency act, this drug was temporarily categorized as a Schedule 1 substance, which is where it ultimately stayed. In 2015 and 2016 alone, 46 deaths were linked to this specific chemical. This drug may not be the most unique designer drug ever, but it's like
man, I wish the same account could stream multiple times. What do you mean? Let's see. We're trying to figure out how to hack the planet.
definitely crazy and honestly scary. How strong it is
I
and
used
how
to
it
be
was legal
addicted. I used to be addicted. Now I'm just a
glance,
dick.
this rather innocent-looking flower seems rather nice and looks like something you may
Man, I
never
wish
actually
the
can.
same
This plant
account
is not
could
nearly as nice as
light
it seems. An environment so deserves the
them
nickname
stream
of
multiple
Devil's
times.
Trump.
Okay,
Datura
all right, I'm an
is a
idiot.
highly poisonous
Read
flowering
it
plant
slower.
that belongs to the nightshade family. All species of Datura are extremely poisonous and psychoactive, specifically their seeds and their flowers, which, just for a brief, can cause respiratory depression, fever, delirium,
Yeah, that shit's funny. I'm definitely gonna use that.
and even
I used to be addicted. Now I'm just a dick.
symptoms. Datura species of plants have occasionally been used not only as psychedelics,
I'm addicted to corn. It's a big old butthole.
But to some Native American groups, the Datura plant has been used ritualistically. This plant did play a semi-significant role for these groups in the past. Knowing what we know now about this seemingly harmless plant, I cannot imagine what would have been going through these people's minds when they took it. One risk factor associated with this drug that most
I'm addicted. Might as well face it. I'm addicted to corn.
Specific factors like the age of the plant, where it's growing, and the local weather conditions, all of which can affect how strong the toxins are within this plant. If you're paying attention, you heard me say anticholinergic, which may sound familiar if you watched our second video.
No, I'm sorry to tell you this, but the streamer is illiterate.
If you haven't seen that video, eeeerrrsh was basically a military-funded and produced anticholinergic drug
Finley, you're my moderator. You're supposed to block my not my inconsistencies. My what are they called?
Acetylcholine, which
I can't think of it. My negatives. You're supposed to block my negatives from the populace.
Not only do you feel like a crazy person with dementia while you take this drug, but it's also been shown that long-term use of this drug can also literally cause you to develop dementia. I think this is the first psychoactive plant we've covered in this entire series that has been used almost equally as much as a poison as it has as a psychedelic. Maybe not equally, but definitely pretty heavily in that regard. From 1950 to 1965 alone, the state chemical laboratories in India investigated over 2,700 deaths caused by ingesting Datura. And those were just the cases that were investigated, not all of them. Many of these being murders. One thing that is extremely terrifying to me is that you can accidentally consume Datura toxins simply by consuming honey from the wrong species of wasp during the Datura blooming season due to cross-pollination. I think at this point you get the idea. But we haven't even discussed what this drug is like if you take a dose that
I just burnt my mouth like medically.
Intentionally looking for some sort of psychedelic experience.
You told everybody my secret.
Typically begin to experience
corn makes me corny.
But the psychoactive component of ingesting can last anywhere from 24 to 48 hours.
Corn makes me.
It's also been reported to last up to 2 weeks or longer. Just imagine a 2-week-long nightmare trip.
Oh.
Well, that's been a reality for multiple people. Datura is considered a deliriant, which is, like I mentioned, because of the combination of anticholinergic and psychedelic toxins within this plant, which typically causes a very odd delirium state, usually causing a complete inability to differentiate dream from reality.
Wow.
Besides this, you may experience violent behavior, painful photophobia,
I'm corny for corn.
dysphoria, confusion, and amnesia, just to name a few. And considering the fact that some of these can last up to 2 weeks long,
Cat can't time me out.
like
Is she back? Bruh, I'm damn sorry to tell you. Oh.
Datura. You trip so hard, you don't even know that you took Datura. You forget, because your memories are imaginary. You could have
I've got that. I've got Datura in my garden. I'm growing Datura. I didn't know this.
Conversations with this good friend of yours until you realize that you never even knew this person.
Angel
and there was
trumpet?
nobody else in the room with you at all. Another user claimed, I took Datura. For the next 24 to 36 hours, I was scurrying around my house, fully convinced that there were spies watching me from the roofs of neighboring houses. I could hear them on my roof and stayed away from the windows so they couldn't watch me. And then I started seeing my ex-girlfriend.
I love this. We do need a vocal in there. Let's get to Audemy.
I mean, you don't have to stay long. You can go to bed, girl. I help my neighbor till like 7 o'clock in the morning, so I went to sleep at like 8 a.m.
We have harmonies. I think this female
I slept for like 5 p.m. I woke up at like 5 p.m.
This is what I need. Exactly. It opens up. It's much bigger right now.
No, it was yesterday morning.
If you want to try Audemy, please go to the link in my description. Until then, bye-bye.
left me 2 months ago, watching me from around all the corners and doors of the house, breathing maniacally, but she would disappear every time I would look. I had several panic attacks and cried from relief when it wore off and I realized I was tripping. But I didn't realize any of it was a hallucination during the experience. Horrifying stuff. I could literally go on for days reading disturbing horror stories, and that's simply because almost every experience with this plant is a negative one, which shouldn't be a surprise considering this plant is literally used as a poison. I honestly don't know why anybody would even consider taking it, considering all of the information that is now known about it. Literally,
Monsters under my bed make me corny. Get up here. Get up here, monster. You're going to take it in the bone hill.
Fentanyl is scary. Trank is literally your worst nightmare. Trank gets its name because of one of its ingredients, known as xylazine. Xylazine is primarily used as a tranquilizer for large mammals, such as horses or cows. This drug was actually first synthesized in 1962 in Germany to treat hypertension, although during testing it was rather quickly
What you mean you got a big old hunk of watermelon?
The FDA denied it, and it is only approved
Give it to my
for
chickens.
veterinary uses, which is of course why humans are taking it now. Although it was a
I forgot
wise
something.
decision to
What did I mess up?
do no more human testing, that has left us with little to no information on how xylazine affects the human body, which will definitely play into the danger component. The exact origin of the recreational use of this drug is unknown, but at least in the United States of America, it is speculated that it was first used recreationally in Puerto Rico. But this leads to
bought you a pie. Son, what flavor? Pie. I baked you a pie. I know who they do, Andy. They do.
Because it has been approved by the FDA for veterinary uses, it is not
What?
a scheduled substance.
This is yours? Is this
Although it
yours?
regulated and ideally only sold to registered veterinarians, there are still shady distributors that are legally selling it online
This is
without
yours?
requiring any proof of
I missed it.
veterinary status, which, because of the lack of scheduling, makes this, for the most part, legal. Drug manufacturers and distributors for a while now have been using fentanyl to cut heroin to bring down costs. But now these same people are cutting fentanyl with xylazine to again keep costs down, all at the ultimate cost of the user's life. It's
Wow.
important to note that most people aren't just taking xylazine by itself, and trank by definition is typically a mix of xylazine and either fentanyl, heroin, or other opioids. Although trank has earned its own street name, the risk of it being misrepresented or taken mistakenly by users is still extremely high. Although in some rare cases, people are actively seeking out this substance due to its lower cost. Now, what exactly does trank do to your body? Well, we've already
Tranquilizes you?
about ultra-strong synthetic opioids in this video already and other videos, so I'll keep this part brief. But it does have an extremely strong opioid effect on your body. But due to the fact that it is meant for animals literally 4 to 5 times our size, the effects are not only much stronger, but also much longer lived. With a typical opioid experience lasting anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours, trank can last anywhere from 4 to 72 hours.
Jeez.
This drug is dangerous, and the amount of overdoses reported have
A
been
lot.
growing exponentially
Yeah.
over the last few years alone. And it is theorized that these numbers are extremely underreported as well too, because
Dang,
most
yo.
toxicology reports are not searching for xylazine. And because trank is
This
good with
wackadoodle.
opioids, typically it's only
Man,
opioids
I tell you what, ND needs to go to bed. I should probably.
know how many people have lost their life because of trank. All of this
No,
information is extremely upsetting.
I'm still
sad,
hungry.
Scary, crazy, everything. But one of the most unfortunate parts about trank is that it's essentially a death sentence if you do happen to overdose. Most antidotes for opioid overdoses will simply not be effective when you're on trank because those antidotes have no effect.
Oh man, I'm gonna go to bed in the next 7 hours. 7 hours? For the next 7 hours or in the second hour?
Deadliest drugs you've never heard of.
Me? ND better. ND's drunk. He better drink a bunch of water. Oh, because I'm hungry, you mean? Yeah. I just drank a bunch of iced tea. I'm gonna take my.
Cellular death and necrosis in multiple parts of your body, causing you to essentially.
Through Hula, it's easier to connect with a therapist who specializes in you. Tell me what's important.
Hush, roll. Oh yeah, I got a big old glass of water on my table.
Very infectious. Necrosis in the injection site has always been a risk, but for trank, you don't even have to inject it to get these horrible effects. So yeah, trank basically just seems like a horrible combination of flocka and fentanyl, killing your mind and body and potentially even you simultaneously. Moral of the story: if something is used to sedate horses and cows, it's probably not meant for humans.
Wow.
GBL is a chemical that is used in cleaning solutions, and
In cleaning
this
solutions?
chemical isn't popular because of what it does to your floors or nails. It's used because your body actually turns GBL into something you've likely heard of, GHB, gamma hydroxybutyric.
Whoa.
It's used for many things. There's nefarious and personal use.
low power
This drug
sword.
is
Look at them.
exceedingly popular within the club community due to its social and euphoric effects. In low doses, it's reported to have an alcohol-like effect, making people feel social, and in higher doses can make people feel hypersexual with almost no inhibition.
That's weird. Not wow.
Dosing, because the response to this drug is exponential, meaning that if you just take 10% more of what would be considered a normal dose, you could have an overdose due to your body's exponential response to this compound.
What is
like some of the other entries on this list,
boogers?
GBL is actually a Schedule 1 substance.
Uh-oh, we got something from Finley.
So it is illegal in the US. But as you know, this doesn't mean that people aren't taking it. It is important to note that GBL.
That's great. That's great. But you a pie. I baked you a pie. What flavor? Pie. GBL. That's great. That's great. Hey, that's me. But you a pie. I baked you a pie. You just give me a link to my own self. Pie. Hey, that's me. Pie. Just give me a link to my own self. Pie. No, not again. Pie. Rickroll. I've been in love for so long. Pie. Oh, what did I miss?
And GHB are not the same. But for the sake of this video, I'm going
to use
the expression interchangeably as GBL turns into GHB in your body and has very similar effects. Some of the biggest risk factors associated with GBL
and these drunk as shit
is small, meaning that only milliliters of this can get you high and even kill you due to, like I mentioned, the exponential curve in response. Doing precise measurements in a club setting is not
they're watching you.
common, which makes a lot of
I'm disappointed in you, haters.
Typically goes about killing its users during an overdose.
Entropia Universe is a real cash economy MMO, released in 2003 where the in-game currency has an exchange rate with the
is simply by respiratory depression and slowed heart rate, either resulting in a coma or just straight up death. In tame cases, this
you're gonna hear him.
To make you black out completely, remembering absolutely nothing, which is why it is used for very, very unsavory purposes. Not only will you not remember what happens after you pass out, but you likely won't remember what happened at all that entire night.
And you got later.
Extremely addictive, and most people that have taken this drug know somebody that has died because of this drug. I'm assuming most of you watching this video likely have some level of familiarity with this chemical, and may even be disappointed that this is the last entry on this list. But the reason why I wanted to have this entry on this list is because of an email that I got from a subscriber. This person found me because of this drug series and felt compelled to not only share a list of the craziest drugs that he's tried, but he also wanted to share his experience specifically with GBL, as he says it was his worst withdrawal experience ever.
Wow.
He also wanted to share words of caution for the viewers, all of which I'm going to share.
Not yet, he doesn't. Mainly, not till tomorrow.
Forgive the
tomorrow we will.
It happened like 5 years ago when I met
No, I love chocolate.
We were both living in Berlin. We were most active in the clubbing scene. I was prior to that addicted to opioids, so I was interested in trying GBL for the first time. The first time I took it, I felt like a mix of benzos and a bit of MDMA. The second time I took it, I just fell asleep and woke up 10 hours later confused on how I fell asleep. That's what's common when you take too much GBL. You pass out. So then I started doing GBL every day. Soon I noticed I can't sleep without it. It's literally impossible.
Wow.
So the problem with GBL is that when you're addicted to it, you will never fall asleep normally.
Ask him that in the morning.
To fall back asleep. So I woke up every 2 to 3 hours, took it, and then went back to sleep. My addiction went so horrible. I took 60 to 80 milliliters every day of GBL. That's enough to kill 10 people.
Wow.
This year I realized that I can't continue like that. I will die. I have had a few moments where I did almost die because of overdose on opioids, benzos, and GBL. I have had many.
Oh, yeah.
I realized I just can't go on like that.
Run the link.
With GBL, you need to take it every day. Otherwise, you are getting withdrawals. In my case, I took it every 5 5 or 10 minutes.
Jeez.
If I waited too long to take it, I would start to vomit extremely out of nowhere. It was just horrible. I started searching for a hospital here where they could do withdrawal for me. When I was in the hospital, I remember I took my last dose of GBL at 6 a.m. and then at 10 a.m. I suddenly forgot everything. I just don't remember much. I was in a delirium state. And the doctors told me I was super aggressive. I tried hitting them. I always tried to run away. And whenever I had IV drops attached to me, I always ripped them off because I thought they were poisoning me. Then the doctors told my parents we need to make him go into an induced coma.
Wow.
It's impossible to withdraw like this. They tried to put me into a coma but failed 3 times because I had a tolerance to the chemicals.
Wow.
When it worked, I was in a coma for 1 week. And when I was in the coma, I had severe pneumonia in one lung and almost died there. Luckily, after the coma, I was still there for another week. I have a few memories of what happened in those 2 weeks. I didn't even know I was in the hospital. I just thought I was in someone's basement. I thought I was on a Japan trip and a samurai chopped my head off. That's why I was in a basement, because they were trying to reattach it.
No
I
way.
saw a corpse lying in my bed. Then I saw a glimpse of me sitting in a chair, while there was a woman under the chair trying to kill me.
Jeez,
Also,
under your bed.
I saw snipers standing on the building near me, pointing guns at me. It felt so real, because I thought it was. I heard gunshots. Then whenever I looked at the wall, I saw bullet holes in the wall. There was also a voice in my head telling me to run away from this hospital because they were poisoning me and trying to kill me. So whenever my heart rate or anything else got dangerously high, I remember nurses running around and they would check on me, screaming, "Doctor, doctor." The doctor ran into the room and rammed me with a syringe in my leg because I was dying. I had an extreme seizure. I still have a memory of this seizure.
Damn.
Like I was saying.
Give me a
I
second.
also remember that I had so
Jeez.
many seizures. It was like a 24/7.
Jeez.
I couldn't really move, and it was like I was trapped in my body. My arms were always in the air, extremely shaky.
Jeez.
I couldn't move them. When the 2 weeks were over in the hospital, they sent me to a withdrawal clinic where I stayed 3 weeks. It was
Jeez.
awesome. I extremely shaked for 1 month. I couldn't even eat with a fork or spoon. I
Jeez.
was so shaky. When I asked doctors what is wrong with me, they told me I had nerve damage. That really scared me. It took 4 months for the shaking to go away, and I could live my life somewhat normally, but with complications. I still have tremors.
Jesus.
Also, my memories are really bad. My short-term memory is awful, and I can't control my emotions, and I just burst out with emotions. I'm telling you this story about GBL because this drug is truly horrible. It's
Wow.
not just the effects that are dangerous, but it's also the withdrawal. You need to stay in an ICU unit in the hospital or you will die.
Jesus.
My message to the RC community would be this. Stay away from all of this stuff. There are almost no studies available on research chemicals. They are so potent and mostly unregulated.
Jesus.
They kill you super quick. Most of the time, research chemicals are 1,000 times the potency of similar drugs. Seek help and stay away from this stuff before it kills you.
Jesus.
I have lost 4 super close friends because of those chemicals. It's a dangerous game, which you sadly can't win.
Jeez.
It would be amazing if more people were aware of research chemicals and how extremely dangerous they were. I really appreciate this individual.
Jeez.
not only
Shut
sharing their
up.
story,
I'm
but
listening
sharing
to
their
this
words
poor
of warning.
story,
These videos are made
wackadoodle.
exclusively for education and entertainment purposes. And in no way, shape, or form do we advise any use of any.
Okay, don't do drugs. Man. Oh, I already got it. It's right here. Oh, I clicked on the wrong dang thing. There we go.
We got wasted.
What's wasted?
When you have a hankering for
It's like ice cream and chocolate.
I want to get totally wasted. I want to get
Chocolate wasted. I want to get chocolate wasted. And then you died. Theobromine. All right, let's see. All right, it's now 3 a.m. So Finnilator, we've been on for 5 hours and 11 minutes. I guess we'll go ahead and call it a night and get to sleep. Should probably get my sleep schedule back on, and then head over to my neighbor's probably about 9 a.m. Let me see if she responded yet when she's going to have her refrigerant. Nope, she didn't respond. Okay. All right. But yeah, if I wake up, if I can't go to sleep, I'll jump back on the stream. But it's probably going to be if I can sleep. But everybody, good night, Andy. Good night, Finley, and you ghosts out there. Ashley told, oh, thanks, Ashley. I miss you too. Now I got hiccups because I ate all these nuts, put all these nuts in my mouth. All right, love you. Hugs and kisses, everybody. Thanks for joining me on the stream today. Good night, good night, good night. Bye.